Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Yo, comentando, ¿qué dicen? Sí, ¿qué cuentan? Ya, escúchame, ya. Los medios cuentan que si hay libertad de prensa, la mordaz es cosa escasa y todos dicen lo que piensan. Y esa sutil es impresa y repetida diariamente tiene contenta tu mente con yo soy combate y fiesta. Presta el control, Tarantino no es tan gore como los crímenes de amor que a toda hora se nos muestra. Pues tal vez la estrategia impuesta, pánico en el público y manejarás el cuestapal. Político en vez de patrullas el vende camilla para un hospital. Como si esa mierda de tombo no diera seguridad. No será casualidad que el otro dueño del canal sea el sogro sobrino pero bueno de tu primo hermano pariente papá. Que esa nostalgia no es noticia, su codicia se evidencia. Propicia violencia y plástico, panémica belleza. Fútbol, patriotismo falso, culo, vasos de cerveza. Pele cáncer pa' tu mesa y el domingo en misa pesa. Sobre su cabeza pesa el atraso mental del pueblo. Oposición vendió trasero, dictador, grupo Romero. Pero se confundieron acá, la palabra es cruda. Autoeducación en camino se afloja la lucha a través de cultura. Es como genera de uno, tal vez otro loco se suma. Ya saben, cortina de humo que explota la mina que mata la cuna. Primo, vengo que trate la friuna, no una pura canción de aventura. Así no censura, emite basura, no le conviene que sepa verdura. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, robo, violaciones, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará.
Sensacionalismo, amigo eterno de la prensa, el mismo que forjó al humano sumiso, callado y muestra. En el noticiero, en el artículo del diario, la vida de una bebé que poco invierte
al vecindario.
Sirven como fieles feligreses a oscuro intereses, mienten todo el día, crean solo estupideces. La historia afirma, indica que siempre negaron información alternativa que todo pueblo merece. A cada instante pareciera su labor asesinar una memoria colectiva que hace una nación, con una prensa cómplice que juega con humor, desconociendo ese dolor que nos dejó ese dictador. Cortina de humo es su mejor función, para apartarte de la fuente harán de todo, pues miró hoy como venderte el culo de Sharon Stone, cagándose en tu derecho a la objetiva información. El narco, el almirante, el presidente, el congresista, algún ministro, algún legado, de seguro es el patrón de ese periódico morboso y amarillo que al leerlo 2 minutos te vuelve en un show. Los medios son culpables, responsables de toda propaganda basura que te ofrece la TV. Pues será mejor que se autoeduque, pues my friend, porque el comercio de los medios te carcome hasta las 100.
Hay violaciones, extorsiones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará.
CPF.
autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Two, three, testing, 1, 2, 3. It's working. Yeah, I think it's working. Look, I did say I was going to continue the session from yesterday. I kind of wanted to take a break a little bit. I look back at the class overall, and I have to figure out a way where I can provide a lot of information and not sound so monotonous, because it's not monotonous. It's a lot of book reading, and a lot of you guys, and you know, gals too, I guess, you guys sometimes can't handle that shit. So I'm gonna try to figure out a different way, right? So, but I do got something important for y'all to realize today, and I touched on this subject, you know, almost a year ago, maybe 8 months, 9 months ago, and I want to reflect on it again. Because we have a lot of complainers today. You know, they're like, oh, I didn't know Trump was going to do this. I didn't vote for this. Nah, shut the hell up. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You fucking voted for the exact same thing right now. This is what you wanted. This is exactly the way you wanted it to be. So, you know. Anyhow, let me say what's up to Emmanuel Hernandez. Never seen you here before. Good to have you here. That's the Lord. Dennis Chariots, the Lord and his chariots. I mean, yeah, but that's not the topic. I'm kind of being like what's the word? I'm sarcastic in a way. Aliens dwell among us, you know. That's what I mean. But I know what you're talking about. So let's touch on this topic again. I think it's so important. What up, Joe? Good to have you here. I think it's so important. Once more, a lot of you guys, you know, way back when, we're like, no, I'm voting for Donald because he is going to do the right thing for us. We should push back and give those Democrats a prime example of who we are and what we feel. You know, like seriously, you got people talking like that. So now let's kind of see the leopard eating their face now. What up, sis? Good to have you here. All right. I know you're across the country or across the other side of the world, so hopefully things are good over there. Good morning, good evening, and good night. You know what I mean? So let's begin. You're going to like this.
Imagine losing 85% of your family. Not to a natural disaster, not to an accident, but to a red hat. This is the reality for Gabriela Lopez de Ayala, a Mexican-American mother who claims that she has been effectively disowned by the vast majority of her relatives. She calls herself a Christian conservative mother and frames this estrangement as a spiritual battle. She says she's being
can see Gabriela López de Ayala, González, Gutiérrez, García, Ramones, Hernández y toda esa chingada madre, güey. Come on. She proclaims, I am stating these because I'm in the middle of all of these. Being a Republican has cost me everything. Probably 85% of my family don't like me anymore. And I have to stop following me on social media, and I don't get invited to family functions. No quinceañera for you. No Cinco de Mayo. No carne asada on the weekends. You know what I mean? None of that shit. No chilaquiles en la mañana. No menudo. No pozole. None of that shit. No tamales. Nada. Right? But let's continue. Because apparently, you know, people are like not excited to be here today. And I get it, man. I get it. I just, you know, I'm one of those channels, bro. You know what I mean? I don't rub people the right way and shit. Some people disagree with me and they take shit personal, and I don't know, man. I don't know. I see other people that probably don't really bring as much material as I do and talk about some important things, and they almost have as many people as I do. So hey, you know, it is what it is, bro. I guess it's quality over quantity. So that's my way of feeling better about myself. Let's go, man. I'm just having fun with this today.
Treated as a race traitor. But today, we need to look past a victimhood narrative. Is this really just a case of political intolerance? Or is it a rational community response to someone supporting policies that actively harm their own family? When politics stops being abstract and starts threatening the safety of your loved ones, the dinner table conversation changes. After, while the family she abandoned would have always had her back. One of the most telling aspects of Gabriella's interview is her rhetoric regarding economics. She critiques government dependency and speaks negatively about the ghetto conditions she presumably rose above. This is the classic conservative talking point, but it rings particularly hollow here.
I guess I was muted. You know what? I'm glad you guys didn't hear that shit. Woo! I'm so glad. Oh, man. Oh, Jesus. I don't know. I'm going to have to really consider some things, how to do this. Yeah, I was talking to, I think it was you, Joe. I think it was you that I was talking about that. I think you were saying something about that you want to attract particular age group, you know, and we were saying something like, I think I said something like, you got to do those 15-minute classes, you know, that'll be good. I think I'm going to try to do that just for the sake of the books that I have, because it seems like when I bring a lot of books out, bro, you guys kind of like lose track and shit. And then, you know, you want to listen to music after. I don't know. It's weird, man. People are weird, bro. People are weird. People do not tend to focus long enough. So I think I may just do that for the sake of the books. Like each book that I'm going to bring out, probably spend 15 minutes on each one and just, you know, upload. Because now the stream is recording again. It wasn't allowing me to. They upgraded, I guess. But yeah. It seems like I may have to do that approach, because the way that I want to tackle the Khazars is with all the history information that I have. I don't want to do it long-winded, because then it's like we miss the point. So I may just do that for that particular series. But man, I think it's not a bad idea, to be quite frank with you. Anyways, let's continue. But I mean, I'm not trying to like target the younger generation. I'm just trying to put everything out there so then you guys can actually get the very good meat of it. You get what I mean? Let's continue.
It ignores the systemic reality. The ghetto isn't created by the moral failings of the people living in it. It is created by things like redlining, underfunded schools, and wage stagnation. Systemic issues. Telling aspects of Gabriella's interview is her rhetoric regarding economics. She critiques government dependency and speaks negatively about the ghetto.
Yeah, and this is the assumption of most of you dumbasses, that you think a political group is going to better your situation. No. Whether you're Democratic or Republican, it doesn't matter. We are watching full-scale elite power being exercised. Full-scale elite power being exercised. They're sending. They're listen. Those people that are moving the I guess you could say the standard, which is very low right now. They're the ones that are making decisions about you going over there and blasting Iran, bro. I have a video of this young kid, and which is why I'm kind of bringing this topic out again. And it's fucking sad, to be honest with you, bro. Because I have a 14-year-old kid, right? You know, thank goodness he ain't 18, because they are going to do the draft. I really fucking have a very strong fucking feeling they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it, and a lot of you kids, 18, 19, 20, you're gonna go, whether you like it or not. And if you don't go, you're gonna be put in jail. I'm serious. But, you know, I look at this type of mentality. I have lived around the mentality of government, the government has taken care of us. I went to school with people living in the projects. I want to share with you what I once witnessed. It was my senior year, and a student asked a bunch of us, "What are you doing after you graduate?" And one of my friends stated, "Well, my grandma already told me that the path for me should be to have a baby, because if I do, the government will house me and give me food stamps to buy food." That's what's wrong with the system. I've also witnessed families with a food cart full of junk food. These women are all dressed up with their nails done and yelling at their children. They don't even care what they're feeding them. That's what's wrong with the system. What the fuck do you mean? The system doesn't tell you to feed your people, that you choose to what you want to eat. Like I'm, you know, my wife, she's very pro-organic shit. And, as a matter of fact, here, I'll show you guys something real quick. Just little personal stuff about me, okay? Not a big deal. But, like, I make stuff like this. Like, you know, I finished it. I'm actually doing another one. I made this for her. I made that as well. So, like, I'm kind of handy, I guess, what you could say with... I'm a carpenter, bro. It's just a hobby. I just like it. I know how to. I can make that shit in like 34 minutes, like 30 minutes, real quick. You know, do the. Anyways, so you know, like I agree with her ways, and we eat organic food, right? Obviously, you can't get away from the poison. They're gonna poison you one way or the other, but that's a choice. Nobody makes you so-called LGBTQ. That's a choice. Like nobody puts chemicals in your food. That's a choice. That whatever this woman said, oh, my grandma said, just have a baby because of the government will help. Well, you know what? That's a choice. That's not the government. Do you understand? Those are just people. That's just the way people are sometimes. They're going to abuse the system. But you want to know something? If you own, let's say, for example, if you own a restaurant, they've done statistics, okay? You know, and I ran a very fucking profitable restaurant when I was around 19, 20 years old, when Rubio's first came to the States. We were one of the first people that made it $1 million store. I was very part of that growth, okay? And one thing I used to do was I would give away free fish tacos. If you never were there and I could tell, I'll give you a free fish taco. It didn't matter much. It was like $1.99. But the reason I did that is because I understood that only 4% of your customers are really going to steal from you, like purposely steal from you. 4%. The rest are not like that. So you see the mentality, 4%, 5% of the population is like that. They will think that way, but that's not the system. That's just, you know, that's just the way things are. Do you get what I'm saying? And I learned this when I was 19, bro. We were the first $1 million Rubio store in San Diego. They wanted to make me a regional manager, all kinds of shit. I had other ideas, you know. I was in love with my wife and wanted to just be around her, blah, blah, blah. So I didn't want to be in a restaurant. I could have really done well. Probably would have even fucking ran like a whole, you know, West Coast continent type of shit. But anyways, it's all good. It's not about me. The point is this mindset. And we're gonna hear this type of talk throughout the videos. Because it's like, for real, bro, for real. En serio, way. En serio, way. En serio. Crazy. You know, Let's continue.
Ghetto condition she presumably rose above. This is the classic conservative talking point. But it rings particularly hollow here. It ignores the systemic reality. The ghetto isn't created by the moral failings of the people living in it. It is created by things like redlining, underfunded schools, and wage stagnation. Systemic issues that the political right refuses to address.
Which, honestly, the right and the left, they're refusing to address it because in reality, like, helping people doesn't make money. You know what I mean? Like, giving you the cure doesn't make money. They want to keep you sick because that makes money. Keeping you sick makes money. Giving you the cure doesn't make money. This country is a capitalistic country. Does that not fucking ring a bell to you? Capitalist. Capitalist. Okay? Matter of fact, I was one of this other brother's channel last night, and I think I posted this. I could have sworn. I was having a couple drinks last night. And I wrote, witchcraft is rebellion. Rebellion is individualism. Individualism is the complete absence of communalism. Like Cain and Abel, unity is broken. Cain separated. He wanted to be an individual on his own, separate from our communal system. They need separation in order for us to fail in our communal spiritual society. Do you understand? This is what capitalism is. They're not here to help you, whether you're left or right. It doesn't matter. Seriously. They don't believe in communalism. They believe in capitalism. And I'm not talking about communism. I'm talking about communalism. Like it takes a tribe to raise a child, just like it takes a tribe to destroy one. We don't kick our kids out when they turn 18, nor do we put our mothers and fathers in assisted living care for elderly after 65, because that's the way the individualistic, capitalistic mentality works. Seriously. Here's one example. And again, this goes back to like, you know, the American Cholo motherfuckers, like those guys. But I voted for Trump because, you know, I wanted to smack the Republicans' face once more. Bro, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Nah, I don't know, man. This is weird, bro. I don't know. You guys like that shit. Let's go.
It's about the proximity of whiteness. It's for our Bejistan brothers and sisters who feel like if they vote for Trump, they appear more white and less brown. And that's part of it. The proximity of whiteness is still a thing in America. Do you know what I mean? So that's kind of important. And then you have Latino people are not a monolithic people. Sure. I mean, we have right-wing people too, and we have also hyper-Christianity. So you have that, people who are against abortion, who are homophobic. I mean, you have that too. I mean, the Republicans really know how to throw that red meat and get people galvanized.
If unaware, this is renowned actor, comedian, film producer, and writer John Leguizamo sharing his opinion and insights on Donald Trump and the Republican Party, gaining ground with some subsections of racial minority voters during a recent sit-down with fellow comedian Hassan Minhaj.
These Latinos who are also brown or white passing or white Latinos are also part of this sort of white nationalist Christian movement, Christian nationalism. It's so wild, but we're allowed to enter there as long as you're hating, you know?
A brilliant point here. Leguizamo highlighted that both Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio and neo-Nazi Nick.
So now listen to what this guy says. Like he brings up this fucking punk ass, right? But then he says Latino, you know? The fucking dude is an African, bro. He is African descent. This guy's no fucking Latino, unless he's a Ladino, then maybe, but he is African descent. Do you understand that? But see, they don't call this shit out on their channels. They don't do that. No, he says Latino. Watch.
Fuentes, two of the most...
Even Leguizamo says is an Afro-Latino. Cuban guy. He's a negro. So a negro bloodline, because that's where his father is. If you look at his father, you'll see that supports Donald Trump. Now, then he brings up Nicky Chicky Butt Plug Fuentes.
Prominent members of the broader far-right white nationalism movement have Latino and...
Nicky Tricky Butt Plug Fuentes. So now, Nicky Tricky Butt Plug Fuentes claims to be Mexican, but yet his mom's Italian and his dad is Irish. It's like you Cracker Barrels go around saying you're American. I'm American. No, you're fucking European, bro. You're European. Like, and then you don't like you're American. You know the whole continent here is America. Like that's what you guys named it, right? But you're like, I'm American. Are you saying you're South American? West, North, East? Which one? You see what I mean? It's fucking dumb, bro. But again, they always want to label and attack raza in any fucking way, shape, or form. But they don't put it back on them. Let's continue.
Hispanic heritage. Now, one would think that would disqualify them from being fully accepted into the movement by their fellow white nationalists. But
Mexican guy, bro, listen, it's just like white folks calling themselves Americans here. It's no fucking different.
because they have the same goals as the people they're pandering to and are willing to go to the extremes to achieve these goals, they're welcomed with open arms by the most influential people in our country with direct access to Trump.
Have you gotten into it with those folks?
No, I've never met them, but I'd like to meet them. The one that I'd like to meet is Stephen Miller, who hates Latinos more than life itself. He's the architect of all this for Trump. I'd like to meet him and knock him out.
Holy.
Yeah.
We honestly.
The guy that runs this channel, he is a self-proclaimed chode. You know, he's a chosen. Stephen Miller, he's a chosen. But he doesn't say that. You see this? Almost all, I believe 95% of the chosen, self-proclaimed, voted for Trump. All their synagogues, their rabbis, all told them to vote for Trump. Nobody calls them out, ever. Let's continue. But if you're Mexican, if you're Latino but you African, they're Latino, not black though. It's fucking weird.
Can't blame him either, because just think about how you would feel if, for decades, those in power have constantly smeared, slandered, and scapegoated an entire diaspora of hundreds of millions of good people that you yourself belong to solely to reinforce their false notion of superiority. Hey guys, quick break in the action. I have a new show coming out called The Rick Strom Show.
He didn't say the Nazi Jew, did he? Did he say a Nazi Jew? No, he didn't.
Blue Sky. It can all be found in the description box below. Thank you.
And now they have the temerity to say that every single invader that Joe Biden let in should get their own individual judicial trial before they're deported, one at a time. Each one gets $1 million trial in front of a communist judge to decide whether or not we can send them home. How about hell no? How about we pick them up and we get them out of this country so they can't hurt anyone else?
Just so you're 100% clear about what Miller and the Trump admin are suggesting.
Oh, brother, man, I didn't see you. Shit, my bad, bro. Bam, bam. Demons click. That's it. I like that shit. It's pretty cool. Hold on, let me see. Who did I say what's up to? I said what's up to Emmanuel. I think RB revealed. If I did, my bad, bro. Get out of here. I said what's up to the sis. Yeah, that's it so far. All right, let's continue.
They're calling for the wholesale elimination of due process rights, which is not only immoral, but as Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin and UPenn law professor Kate Shaw will point out, is completely illegal.
What does due process actually mean? And should Judge Boasberg be impeached for saying that the Alien Enemy Act of 1798 doesn't apply because we are not at war and we have not suffered an invasion by a foreign power?
You know, the core components of due process are straightforward, right? And it involves some notice and an opportunity to be heard, right? To make some sort of case in your own defense prior to deprivation of life, liberty, or property. So that's in the Constitution. Due process applies to every person, not just to citizens. And due process doesn't look identical if we're talking about due process in the context of potential deportation or due process in the context of, you know, a change to your Social Security benefits, right? Due process is deeply context dependent. And all Judge Boasberg has ruled as a preliminary matter in this case is that some sort of process has to be afforded before this potentially irreversible act occurs. Judge Boasberg has not ordered anyone released in the United States, has not objected to the detention of the covered individuals, has simply said provide reasons and an opportunity to respond and
follow the law, right?
And follow the law. And it seems from public reporting as though there is real reason to believe that errors were made.
Sadly, as we've seen, the Trump admin could not care less about the law.
He is an illegal alien. Fact one, what do you do with illegal aliens? You deport them. Fact two, he's an MS-13.
You do with Nazi Jews, you deport them too. Why not? Like this fucking guy, that's a straight Nazi Jew. Self-proclaimed, by the way. Totally fucking not even of that bloodline. Not Semitic at all whatsoever. I don't believe it. You know, you got Khazars, supposedly they're mixed with Japhet and Shem. I don't even, fuck. I would hate for people like that to be even part of our, even close to us, to be honest with you. But again, why don't we deport Nazi Jews? Why don't we do that? When are we going to start deporting Nazi fucking dirty Jews? Are we ever going to do that? Is that ever possible? Nazi self-proclaimed Jews, are we not going to deport them too?
What do you do with illegal aliens who are also in a transnational terrorist organization? You deport them more quickly. Oh, and on top of that, he's implicated in human
Do with Nazi Jews that are approving of child molestation, pedophilia, murdering men, women, and children in Gaza. What do you do with those Nazi Jews? You know what? I think we should just have all those Nazi Jews sign up and go fight for the war that they want all of you guys to fight for. It's funny because they're at the same breath, they're saying, fuck these people, but they'll use you to go to war. I'm going to give you an example. They'll use your children to go to war for them. Well, in the same breath, calling you an illegal alien. Yeah, even if you're not, because technically we're not. I mean, let's be honest here. What was the whole topic? Aliens dwell among us. Hello?
trafficking. Deport, deport, deport. This is who they're going to bat for. What are we supposed to do? Buy the guy a house, get him some free health care,
Yeah.
maybe let him run for Congress?
Yeah.
I mean,
You're supposed to do all of those things.
I mean, this is who the
Like nothing Malkovich, whatever, the self-proclaimed Jew over there got voted, and he's basically a murderer. When are we going to start deporting these Nazi Jews? Like ashy Nazi Jews.
This is the Democrat Party. This is who they stand for. This is who Cory Booker stands for in 2025. They stand for illegal alien predators that are in transnational cartels. That's the Democrat Party of today.
Again, to be clear, the man they're referring to here, Abrego Garcia, has not been charged with a crime, nor has the government provided any evidence to support their claim that he is gang affiliated. These people, including far too many Dems, could not care less about the cruelty they're inflicting on other people because they don't view them as whole human beings deserving of dignity and respect. It's as simple as that.
My immigrant brothers and sisters, I know you're not felons. I know you're not criminals. I know you're not drug dealers. You're the hardest working people in America. You inspire me. And I feel pain for your plight. Nobody gets the joy of seeing you picked up and handcuffed. It breaks my heart to see Latin people, Latin bodies being treated this way. We need to stand up for each other. We need to stand up. You can't be quiet during this presidency. You need to act up, speak up, and fight. And do whatever powers we have, whatever tools we have to use them. It's insulting and demeaning to our whole race as a people, as an ethnic group, and we cannot stand for it. It dehumanizes us. He calls us animals and criminals. It's disgusting and it's unacceptable, and we can't allow it. Even if we have to speak out and fight against this language and this dehumanization of our people.
This is the fight and attitude we desperately need to see from the Dems elected to office, but seeing how the establishment capitulated to the Republicans and their white nativist immigration platform, you shouldn't get your hopes up.
We have to understand that Latinos, immigrants, run the economy. I mean, we do all the jobs that nobody wants to do. Without these Latino immigrants, because that's what we're really talking about when we say migrants, we ain't talking about Poles and Irish and we're talking about Latin people. So let's stop with the euphemisms, Mr. Trump. And these people are doing all the essential labor that nobody's doing. They're the first responders. They're growing all our food and picking all our food and built the Latino immigrants that died in Maryland on that bridge. Fixing the bridge. That's what we do. We fix this country. We build it. And, then we get kicked out and we get nothing for all our labor except, hate from Trump.
That's the capitalist playbook to a T. Exploit desperate people for their labor, demonize them for wanting a deserved cut of the pie, kick them out of the country, and then repeat the cycle with even more desperate people. So, as you'd expect, Fox News, not a fan of John Leguizamo.
Look, you got John Leguizamo. Yeah, he was a decent actor, or at least he used to be. And but he says out there saying, "Oh, Trump is racist." I don't know. Maybe Kash Patel might have something to say about that. I don't know. Maybe Tulsi Gabbard might take issue with that. I'm just guessing. What's your take on Donald Trump, the racist? I mean, that's such an old
Fuck. This is such a joke. Like to even entertain this whole fucking like Trump's not a racist. Really put a video about Obama and his wife, like they look like monkeys. It's for real, bro. He really did that. You know, like what do you call that then? What the fuck does that even mean? Here's my point, fam. They want you to go to war for them, but at the same time, they will deport you. Listen, this is sad right here.
There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there telling me I got to beware.
There, they want to kidnap, cage, and deport our people because they do not like us, but like sending us to war. You guys voted for this. All of you so-called Hispanics, Latinos, whatever, now you're complaining. Maybe now you're not like mentioning Trump as much. You voted for this. All of a sudden you think, I didn't know. No, what are you talking about? You guys know what politicians do. They tell you everything that you need to hear in order for them to win, and then eventually they change their mind. It's a very common thing. I don't understand why. It really takes small class channels like myself or someone else and shit to kind
Tired trope that they
to your attention. You get what I'm saying? Like it's just like fuck. It's just amazing to me that you.
But this was
just guys don't get. You don't get it. You don't. I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. Sometimes I don't even know what to say to you. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I don't even know what to say to you. But let's continue with the session, man. You know, we got a couple hours, and then again, we're going to touch back on, those people, those aliens that dwell among us. All right? Okay, family, hold on a second here real quick. Let me turn on the other window. All right. Buenas noches, buenos días, buenas tardes. Maybe you're still here, brother. Good to have you here. What up, VTC? Angel. And my good old Jeremias, buenos días. To all of you, I say, ¡Viva México, cabrones! And to you enemies,
Fuck that puto! Fuck that puto!
And to you wobbles and BHIs, and that one too. Man, hey, I want to share something real quick. I don't want to get off topic because I'm going to do a lot of pages today. Going to see some history, different books, different pages. All right, we're going to go fast. So thank you for being here. I wanted to read this real quick to kind of get into the process. It says here, know thyself or examine thyself. Know thyself or examine thyself are often associated with self-reflection and spiritual growth. Know thyself. Examine yourself. It involves a deeper self-assessment. Remember the other class I did, I showed you guys the inventory that I personally went through. Me, personally. I did that shit. Yo lo hice, güey. Me senté y vi las cuestiones y empecé a responder lo mejor que pude. And that was because I was destroyed at that time completely. I had no other choice but to build up again. And I want to tell you something, family. The reason why we're getting a lot of this, it's if you believe in the Bible, it's prophetic. But also, let's say you don't. For example, our native northern brothers. The fact that they're attacking us is because we have a spirit that is endless. We are creators. We are generators. We're like, we can make something out of nothing. And we have the ethic, the work ethic behind that. You know what I'm saying? So this is, to me, and I share this with you guys because, like a couple brothers that I know, we're trying to, do our own thing. You know what I mean? Self-employed. And it's not easy. A lot of us don't do that, rather not do that, because we think we need a boss to get us going. And quite frankly, family, we need to stop thinking that. We had this mentality that these other nations were in that position for a reason, and that we needed to just submit ourselves to that bullshit. And that's not the case. We're seeing it now day in and day out. Who's getting attacked for what reason? Because we're great. Do you understand what that means?
¡Viva México, cabrones!
And I don't just mean like Mexicanos, Mexicas. I'm talking about Taínos, Arawaks, the natives up north, natives down south, the indigenous gente here. You know what I'm saying? Anyhow, let's get going. I think that maybe we will touch on this again as the class goes on. You know, the topic is this right here. Aliens dwell among us. Los pinches aliens, güey, viven entre nosotros. So, I'm here to inform you that we do have aliens among us. What up, Warakuya? What the hell is it, bro? We do have aliens here among us. Let's start off with the first one. I personally don't know how you justify this shit. Me no comprendo. Okay? This is some rapper chick, more likely Kanan, responding to the whole situation with Donald Trump's pedo history that allegedly has been found. This is what she answered. And again, we are dwelling among aliens. And I don't mean it in a good way. I'm talking about illegal. Okay. In Donald Trump's defense, fucking a 14-year-old girl, fucking 14-year-old girls was really only made a social taboo in the 90s. You guys understand what she's saying? Okay. In Donald Trump's defense, this is I don't know who this is. My daughter told me that I don't know, something about something. She's just like a wicked ass music pusher. Fucking 14-year-old girls was really only made a social taboo in the 1990s, okay? I mean, you could sit on that paragraph right there, you know, that statement just on its own and just wonder what the fuck went through your head. What have you experienced and what have you done and what have you seen and what have you allowed to be done? Does this mean you've been with 14-year-old kids? Is that what it fucking means? But that's another angle, right? My grandmother was born in 1927 and had her first child when she was 12. Okay, let's continue. That, in a statement of its own, we know a lot of stuff that happened like that in the past. We nowadays would consider that shit just not very civil. Teenage pregnancies only became frowned upon with the rise of Jerry Springer, and I also can be honest about the fact that I was old enough to choose, seduce, and decide to fuck grown-ass men when I was 15. We're all so worried about the obvious, you know. I was talking to a brother about what poisons would I preferred for my children to deal with if I had to choose one. And I don't mean like poison, meaning like what spirits, what type of people or what type of person with an evil mind, right? Which type of evil mind would I rather deal with? And I meant it from a distance. So, I said one particular thing, right? And I'm like, me particularly now, me saying this within myself, I'm like, I cannot go by the obvious. Like the obvious is going to attack me right away, right? But if you look at what is being insinuated here, I remember I did a class about 2 years ago, and I was showing. They actually X'd me on that. YouTube marked that as like they X'd me on that shit. That was a strike. I had talked about homosexuality and lesbianism, and then there was some reports regarding that it connected to pedo, all that stuff, right? So they X'd me on that shit. All right. And you want to know something? I'm noticing that these gringos, they like this pedo shit. If you look at this government as a whole, I mean, if you guys know the history of Ghislaine Maxwell, whatever her name is, first of all, she's an immigrant. She's illegal, bro. Like, for real. She speaks like a European. How is this woman getting treated? Like, with so good treatment? Is it because she's white? It has to be. There's no other reason. So we're talking about pedophilia now being talked about as if it's not a big deal. This is what propaganda actually means. This is how they start manipulating your mind. These are what they call in boxing jabs. Jabs. These are jabs to your mind and your spirit. Teenage pregnancy only became frowned upon with the rise of Jerry Springer, and I also can be honest about the fact that I was old enough to choose, seduce, and decide to fuck grown-ass men when I was 15. I really don't get why women are flaunting like they weren't fucking 40-year-olds at 15. Like, come on now. Okay, so now let's pause it. The so-called African-American community ain't saying shit about this. Where's Black Lives Matter at this point? Because quite frankly, if you're seeing this, if you're talking by experience, because I think this woman is explicitly means experience. That means that when she was 15, she knew, and her friends too, because she's like, I really don't get why women are frowning, as if a lot of people like her did this shit. So a specific community, okay, seems to understand that pedophilia is prominent. Is this what we're talking like now? It's okay. So this is basically saying it's okay. I'm honestly not surprised or mad at Trump for getting some 15-year-old pussy because those were the times. Wow. That's funny, man. They come and they go. This is horrible. You know what I'm saying? This is just like what Akuya says. She's a Harlem-born rapper who was raised by an abusive mother after her father's death. Well, maybe the daddy was doing some shit to her. Apparently this woman was, tricking dudes at 15. Her mom was so abusive, she moved out at 14 to go live with her older sister. I just looked it up now. Oh, damn. Her name is Azalea. It kind of like Elazar. To kind of run, you guys always want that A and the Z, huh? Azalea Banks. Apparently, she thinks pedophilia is completely normal. Completely normal. It says, I'm honestly not surprised or mad at Trump for getting some 15-year-old pussy because those were the times. That's... Man. Let me remind you, but the point of this class is called Aliens Dwell Among Us. Why do you think I put this, this design? And then I got Taco here and shit. Trump always chickens out. Hey, by the way, I want to say something. I really appreciate the size of this channel because there are two reasons why it's happening this way. One, the Most High or Creator wants it this way. Or two, somebody doesn't want this channel's information to get out further. I catch myself hearing a lot of points out there now with channels that have a lot more subscribers. And the whole point of this channel was to push information out, at whatever means necessary. Even if that means at the sacrifice of your own. Because when you're trying to do this, once you start getting, I guess, aware of how the subscriber stuff works, you do get interested in how many people subscribe. sometimes you get lost a little bit. This goes back to the whole, the initial point. This initial point here. Examine yourself, know thyself. So I understand my walk here, and this is why I do this. Because I dude, like, I don't know, bro. This is fucking madness right here. I have kids. You know what I'm saying? A 4, a 12. You know what I mean? Then she says, "Good night, USA," for fucking ever. Now, if he was fucking a 10-year-old, we have a problem. But if the girls were 13 plus, who cares? Move on. Damn, bro. She said, "Who cares? Move on." Literally, she said, "Who cares? Move on." Doesn't matter. It does matter. It fucking does matter, man. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna come back to this. It does matter. And this is why I say we have aliens living among us, I'm gonna show you this real quick.
Game to me is basically freedom. It's a giant.
Shut up. I remember this class, and YouTube was really like not happy about it. They gave me a strike. I recall very clearly. So apparently, this pedophile over here, this piece of shit, oh, thank you, bro. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hold on. Something's going on with my phone here. Sorry. By the way, you really didn't miss much. There was a loud noise, in my background. So quite frankly, you wouldn't have been able to hear me. I had to tell it to shut it down. Blah blah blah. Anyways, what I'm trying to tell you is this: when these individuals came, their concept of their machismo, their European marrying 12-year-olds, that's European, that's African, that's Arab, that's Hindu. You know what I mean? They practice that stuff. We were not doing that necessarily, okay? And, you know, we depended a lot on our elderly. We cared about what they thought in regards to what decisions we were going to make. We went to them for advice. We were asking them, is this the right path? What do you think? We depended on our elderly. Nowadays, that doesn't happen. You know, it's like they say, the most ignored are children and elderly people. That's some sad stuff, bro. The most ignored are elderly and children. And I've said it, in my household, we don't do that. You know, when we get together, family visits, we focus on the children. Like, you know, it's not about, oh, us older people and the kids over there. No, we're all in one table. All of us. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we come from, a communal society. Institutionalizing inequality. This is what it says. Before the arrival of the Spaniards, women generally married when they were about 20 years of age. You see that? 20 years of age. In another change that took place after the arrival of the Spaniards, however, church friars encouraged females to marry at 12 or 14. When you hear that comment of like that stupid ass, oh, well, when I was 12, I was fucking around. When I was 15, I was sleeping with old ass men. First of all, what the fuck were those old ass men doing? And you think you were the only 15-year-old that they slept with? You may be a hoe, but I'm sure other 15-year-olds did not expect the 40-year-old to be sleeping with them. At 12 years old, supposedly your grandma got pregnant. I understand that happened a lot, but you know where that came from? It's a European way. It says church friars, you're Christians, you're fucking Christians, encouraged females to marry at 12 or 14, bro. Early reproduction often resulted in health disorders, including anemia. Society was patriarchal, and men received preferential treatment in the nutrition. Even in death, men received favored treatment, as they were more likely than women to be buried within the church courtyards. In some, the colonization worsened the status of women and increased violence towards them. The family structure also changed during the colonial period. For a time, the native nobility kept much of their prestige, but the colonization led to the breakdown of the traditional indigenous family framework, which is based on an extended family rather than the highly patriarchal nuclear family that the Spaniards, Europeans favored. Individualism. You see that? This is what they wanted. You divide and conquer. You separate. You go and tell your 20-year-old kids, don't go ask advice from that old man. You're your own man now. You raise your own home. Your dad can't tell you what to do. Isn't that the way here? According to Carmack and his colleagues, colonial authorities believed that the Indians would be easier to supervise and control if they divided into small nuclear households, which not only reduced the authority of the elders, but also removed the support network for women within the clan. Early marriage also influenced gender relations. You see this, a 20-year-old male married a 14-year-old girl held much more power than he would if both were 20 years old. This whole machismo shit that a lot of you raza is like, oh, so machismo. Nah, bro, that's not us, man. That doesn't mean that we are not men. It's European. You learn that shit from Europeans. And, you know, this whole marrying young girls at 12, it's, even GMS said that shit. You know, when New World comes, you know, when they're 12 years old, we're going to be able to have sex with them. I'm telling you, bro, look it up. GMS says some shit like that. What was their leader and shit, that old man? It's weird, man. But again, you know, we see it here. We see the history, where it came from. This is not a joke. This is something for you to consider. Don't ignore it. Now, he is going to be joining the crew. He's going to be joining the crew. What a European will never be American. No, brother. Good to have you here, man. As Elias Banks' dad died from pancreatic cancer, the absence of a father ruined her. Yeah, maybe you're right. I mean, how many people? I don't know, man. That's a good point. But a lot of other families, or like her, have lost their father. They didn't bug out like that. Did you get what I mean? So even in the hood, and yes, there's a high propensity where something like that could happen. So you know what I mean. But does it have to go extreme to where her mind is so fucked up in the head now that she says pedo is cool? Pedo is a todo pedo. You know what I'm saying? Like a todo pedo. Hell no, man. So now we're starting to see aliens that dwell among us embracing pedophilia somehow, some way. Again, I'm just taking you guys through some points. Thank you for watching. Let's continue.
An honored guest in the White House. He was actually called up to occupy space in the people's house, in the White House.
As we all know, the need ought to be tackled. So thank you for the trust and look forward to going to work with the team behind me. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Nelson. Lawrence, you want to say a few words? Come on up. Come on. He's a little shy, but once he gets going, nobody can stop.
Oh, no, that don't stop. I'm just proud to be on this team. I don't know why. I don't know what we're supposed to be doing, but I'm here to serve, and I'm here to serve you. Okay, so I'm going to do the best I can for as long as I can. Thank you very much.
Nobody like him. Come on, young superstar.
And
so, I've told you guys before about this black and white chessboard. I mean, it's not a joke. It's right there. And, my job was to warn you. See, in this channel, we don't have respect for people, nor is it about a fucking color thing. I like to bring out facts that pertain to our gente. Top Maga 8 says he can't be a pedophile because of sex tapes with adult women. This guy here on the left, apparently, he got caught with some pedophile shit. Byron Donalds, endorsed by Trump for Florida governor, is facing questions over longtime aide, accused sex offender. He's facing questions about him. Let's see what it says. Longtime aide and accused sex offender. Man, I feel like I'm writing one of these stories a day. And I haven't read this, honestly. I'm not interested in reading it. But he says that he's writing these like once a day. It's true. Lately, let's see if I can find it. Give me a second. What is it? I don't think I wrote it this way, but there's one here. Now this is the. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Is this one? I think it's. I don't know. Let me hold on a second. I don't want to feed you like wrong shit, but and again, it's just a thought. I was looking for a report about how many sex offenders have been Republicans or Trumpians, basically, because liberals are so Trumpians too. You don't think a lot of liberals voted for him? Fuck yeah, they did. You just don't know this. A lot of so-called Jews who are liberals voted for Trump. See, nobody talks about that. The majority of the Jewish community voted for Trump. You can look up the this. You know what? It doesn't matter because nobody believes it anyways. Nobody wants to talk about it. So we see here, I guess, groomers, Trumpians, influencers. So that's why, I was like, yeah, you're right. You're right. You do write some shit like that every day. Yeah. Yeah, it was Lawrence Taylor. He played for the Giants. It was, what, me growing up in that time. So now let me say something, man. I want to say something about this guy. And we'll move on because I'm going to show you some history. Okay? I'll show you some history shit here. Go back and forth. Well, this guy here. And apparently, he's an influencer. On YouTube, right? Got a lot of followers. Well, 100,000 or some shit. I don't know how much.
You vote Trump, you vote red.
This guy, American Chihuahua. Right? Apparently this dude throws information out for people, or gente, regarding Cholo shit. But this fucking guy voted for Trump. Okay? I don't know what happened a while ago. But I just find it funny how now he's saying some shit. Look, I in 2016, before this whole understanding, right, was very, I guess you could say, close to my brother-in-law. My sister married a gringo and shit. His name is George. And when I was growing up with them, with my family, or let's say when I would go visit, my sister and my nephew and nieces, I remember a couple summers that I stayed with them, and he happened to be a manager. And in those summers, he was managing apartments that are usually in the hood, but they were predominantly black. And man, he always had problems. You know what I'm saying? Like, he always had problems. I remember the second time was in Sacramento, and they got real bad over there. Fuck, man. I remember he even told me, it got so bad that myself and my niece and nephew were in the apartment because they got hectic. They were going to attack him or some shit, and he had to leave, but he gave me a shotgun, and he said, anybody walks in that house, man, you fucking shoot him. And I kid you not, man, at my 12-year-old age, I would have shot somebody. Like, I was not hesitant. You know what I mean? It's just you're a kid. You don't know any better. But anyways, it was really bad. So I didn't know. I didn't think it was, racism didn't cross my mind. I just thought, hey, it's the ghetto and, black folks just have problems. And obviously in 2016, when, Trump starts running for attention, he sided with him. I'm like, bro, you siding with this fucking guy? Like, do you not know? Or, like, you understand that all of us were illegal at one point? My mom, my dad, my brother, like, all this before we became legal and all that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever. Like, does that not ring a bell? And the guy was just like, let's put it this way. It got to the point where he said a comment that I knew at that moment, I have nothing to do with this guy. And I've never spoken with them since 2016. And then all of a sudden, y'all vote for this shit, and then a few months later, you fucking regret it? That just comes to show that you lack judgment. Listen to this shit.
People get the wrong idea. What this was, at least to myself, was a message to the Democratic Party that we will no longer just vote down party lines. That what we want clean streets. We want you to stay away from our kids. We want certain policies implemented. The Democratic Party is pretty much, or has been, just concerned on woke, super progressive policies that we're just not into. So hopefully the Democratic Party will wake up and say, hey, man, these guys are no longer voting down party lines. We need to have a sit down with them and see what they want. This is the American way. This is the democratic process. So
I find it so funny when I find fucking people like this guy, okay? Let me just tell you something real quick, gente. I wasn't born here. Do you understand what I'm saying? I was born in Guadalajara, Jalisco, way, in 1976. In Colonia Miravalle, cabrones. I was not born here. I didn't speak English. I didn't start learning English until I was like 9, 10, 11, maybe. And do you listen to this guy's fucking accent? You see what I'm talking about, family? Yeah, the worship of the flesh is one hell of a drug. It's damn fucking right, bro. And it's so fucking funny to me that specifically this guy, the moment white folks with the red hat that you supported, you pushed, you implemented, you fucking buried them in this particular situation there. Like, and I mean buried like as in you planted their root. When they listen to your dumbass, do you know what they're going to say?
Holding down party lines. We need to have a sit down with them and see what they
Party lines. We need to have a sit down with them.
want. This is the American way. This is the democratic process.
This is the democratic way. This is a democratic process. This is people telling us gente, us mexicas, you need to assimilate. You need to assimilate. What the fuck do you mean by assimilating, you fuck faces? Exactly what the fuck does that even mean? I mean, we're here and we never left, and you created an imaginary line that somehow claims to be America, and then you say we need to assimilate. Assimilate to fucking what? We are who we are. And I find it so fucking funny that this dude, you probably don't even speak Spanish well. And you don't even speak English well. What the fuck are you doing leading the people with advice and suggestions? Bro, you got a lot to learn. Let's continue though, because I'm not done. This is fucking interesting.
So to everybody who voted, whether you voted for or against Trump, it doesn't really matter at this point. It's just a good thing you got out there and voted and made your voices be heard. Other than that, man, let's go.
Your voices be heard. And this is the thing. This is why the brother said, man, y'all fucking trusting the flesh too much. You know, there is a famous book, okay, that a lot of you guys don't like. It says, never trust thy enemy. It says, never trust thy enemy. How can you trust a nation, a group that's been lying to us since 1492? I mean, let me just remind you, in case you guys don't even realize this stuff, okay? That I think, I'm not sure, but I think, hold on a second. I think I was the only channel to have ever brought this out. The only channel that had reminded y'all what occurred after 1492, about maybe 30 years after. 30 pinche años, güeyes. Zumarraga made sure that we were not allowed to read and write. That's one thing. You can read that in the Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids, page 16. Ave Maria, Padre Nuestro, Credo, Diez Mandamientos. That's all we were allowed to learn. Reading and writing was just like basically death, okay? And this is what this man here, Zumarraga, right? I did a class on this fucker. Made sure to destroy everything about our people. So now, this right here, the Lutheran newsletter, was written in September 7th, 1900. 1900. That's 125 fucking years ago. That's like 2 generations ago, okay? You understand what I'm saying? 2, 3 maybe, give or take. All right? So in this time, it was prohibited for us to read the Bible. It was prohibited for us to read and write. Matter of fact, the literacy rate in Mexico era como 5%, güey. 5% literacy rate. Do you understand what that fucking means? So in the last 70 years, maybe, if that, 50 possibly, but more like say 70, we've actually been allowed to read and write. And y'all need to do your homework on Pancho Villa because he fought for a lot of us to educate ourselves. Because after his war, you saw an increase of literacy because there was more schools in pueblitos. But again, so again, when we don't know our history and we have these examples,
Every time I hit a bottle,
bro, it's like, dude, we got aliens among us. And I mean it. Like, get on that way. Well, I voted for Trump to prove a point to the Democratic Party. Like the Democratic Party is going to do some shit for you. They don't give a fuck about our gente. If you would have voted for Kamala Harris, she would have still been deporting us in secret. Do you understand what it is? You are playing el juego de ellos. So let's listen to this. I'm not going to listen to the whole thing, but look, apparently, let's continue.
Hey, voted for Donald Trump. Do I regret voting for Donald Trump? Absolutely. Not so much to motivate and educate. And today we
Motivate and educate. He says that, all right? So now he's wearing glasses. He thinks it's going to make him smarter and shit. Let's go.
we are going to tackle not so much the immigration policy and problems of the United States, but what's been going on as far as the Trump administration going after, workers, hardworking.
This is why it's so stupid. And I don't follow politics to go debate. But in the same breath, he goes, this isn't about the immigration problems. I'm going to talk about the Trump, blah, blah, blah. Hello, Trump, before he became president, told the Republican Party not to accept the bipartisan agreement to reform immigration. He caused this fucking chaos. There is no such thing as separation, dumbass. Literally, it is the problem that he created, which then all of a sudden now he wants to solve. It's such a fucking propaganda game to trick you dumbasses. Simpletons. Simpletons.
I call them Americans, from all walks of life of this continent. And it's mostly they're Latinos, Hispanics, Chicanos, whatever you want to call them. And that's why I've got that back there, because that's what we are, man. Central American, Latinos, Indigenous, Mexican American.
You see this right here? You see this indigenous shit? No, come on, man, bro. You guys are squirmers, bro. You slither your way into some kind of, how do you call it? Oh man, what's the rap song that came to mind? I can't remember the kid's name, but he's talking about how you're always changing your ways to stay in the front. Like, you voted for Trump, fuckface. Now I see what's going on. Nah, County Mac, Indigenous, Mexican, American, Chicano, like. Yeah, let's continue. Check this out.
Chicanos. I came up with that acronym years back. At first, I got a positive response, and then here came the bickering. Here came the inner fighting. I'm not this. I'm not that. You are this. You're not that. And that's what seems to happen time and time again with our people. We start bickering over the smallest and dumbest things. Right now, what you have is finger pointing on all levels. I'll give you an example, and this is no shot at the homies. Cultura podcast. I posted a thing about them deporting and picking up a bunch of.
Hey, seriously, family. Like, for real, man. Why the fuck do people listen to this guy? Like, I'm really curious about this stuff. Why do people listen to him? What is it that he has to say that is so important? I'm still trying to wrap my mind around that concept, man. Do you get what I mean? Cali Mac, Central American, Latinos, Indigenous, yada 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 yada. Because he got offended because Marvelous said, "Bro, you're not a Chicano." He got offended. He was like, he got mad at Marvelous. Be like, "Fuck that puto." That's what he's mad about, because Marvelous called him out and shit. He's like, bro, you ain't no Chicano fool. What the fuck? Nah, he's like, well, I'm a Cali Mac. Oh my God, look, I call this shit like straight bitch move, bro.
Illegals over in Tallahassee, Florida. At a
What he said? You hear that shit? Hold on.
them shout out the homies.
And by the way, I thought this dude was Mexican. Now I know why he. And again, I mean, I got no problem with you trying to be raza, homie. But if you're not raza, don't act like it. Like, I mean, I'm sorry. It's like me trying to act like a güero or African American. You know what I'm saying? Or an Asian. Oh, I don't even know what Asians act like. You know what I'm talking about? Anyways. All right, let's go.
Cultura podcast. I posted a thing about them deporting and picking up a bunch of illegals over in Tallahassee.
A bunch of illegals over in Tallahassee. And you want to know what's so funny? That raza, so-called, still listens to this guy. He fucking offends you. Well, he offends himself. I guess he thinks he's gringo. You know? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he's just a little fat gringo and shit. That looks like raza. Like, you know what I'm saying? Indigenous, so to speak. Because there's a lot of claim out there of you guys trying to say you're raza, but, you know, some of you guys are, your dad's European, your mom's European. You know what I'm saying? Who knows about this guy? What the fuck did they really know about the culture, the heritage? Some cholo shit? You mean like lowrider? Your fucking homies and shit? Your gang? Like that's what you think makes to be indigenous? Your fucking chucks? Drive-bys? The memories of that shit? The oldies? Like that's what you think being indigenous is. You got a long way to go to understand what indigenous is, if that's what you're really relying on.
Florida at a construction site. Here, you can watch the video real quick. And I'm living here.
Imagine being able to build.
So you know, they record it. They fucking, you know, they arrest our gente. Remember, this is a guy. What would I call him? Not Uncle Tom. You don't even fucking. Well, not. ¿Cómo se dice? A stepper. I don't know, bro. I don't know what you call people like this guy. Because he literally said a bunch of illegals. Then he scratches his nose. That's insecurity right there, by the way, family. In case y'all don't know, he's even insecure about the shit he's saying. But he's you know, he's got to stick with the plan.
This is exactly what they voted for. And although I respect their opinion, and many people like that who have that opinion of people who voted for Donald Trump, I believe it's incorrect. And I responded with a note that said pretty much, well, if that's the case, then I guess you voted for open borders, for criminals to run amok in America, for boys to be in girls' sports, for men to be in women's restrooms, you know what, and so on and so on. Well, we as Latinos have a very
we as Latinos, bro, you starting to sound fruity. This is why, before you call yourself indigenous, stop submitting to the system that doesn't belong to you. That's the first fucking thing. And in case you didn't fucking know this, dumbass, before the Europeans came, we had a communal system. Look up that fucking word. You may just educate yourself a little bit. It just blows my mind, and it goes back to the initial. Remember, family, I was not born here.
hard time doing, especially on the liberal side, is disagreeing on one thing and being able to agree on another. It's as if you don't agree with every single thing that I feel, then you're wrong. And that's just not the way to go about it. I voted for Donald Trump. Do I regret voting for Donald Trump? Absolutely not. He did what I believed he was going to do at the border. He told us about the tariffs. Maybe you agree with them or not. I do agree with it. I agree with a tougher stance in the world. I believe in taking off a lot of this corruption and fraud. But let's get back on track.
There you go. You don't regret it. You fucking people disgust me, man. I mean, seriously, bro. I got no respect for you motherfuckers whatsoever. If you were to fall in a hole with your entire family, I would not help none of them. Because the root is not that far from the fucking fruit. You know what I'm saying? It's not that far from the fruit. So this guy voted for deportation. This guy voted for, people to be separated, destroyed between themselves. This guy voted for families to, be ripped apart. He said he's fine with that. He's got no problem. But you motherfuckers listen to them. Listen to this, man.
I know when people don't like me because how I look, right? And I've stayed quiet for many, many, many years. People would tell me like, "Oh, Angel, you're one of the good ones. Why can't the rest be like you?" And I look at them and I just laugh or I smile and I'm just thinking like, bro, do you not hear yourself like how fucked up that is to say that to me? When some dude in the military is like, "Hey man, for a Mexican, you're not that bad." Right? Or when I get out and I fought for this country and because my brother didn't have his ID card in front of my new neighbors, I'm forced to take off my shirts. And my brother takes off his shirt and we have to face front, left, and right so they can get pictures of our tattoos because we don't know who you are. Even though I presented my ID and I told him I'm an Army Ranger, and you see that house with the big American flag in the front, that's my house. But I still have to take off my shirt, and now all my neighbors are watching and looking. Or when I train sheriffs from Orange County, and I go home to grab pizza, and I get fucking beaner yelled at me from some random people, and I'm like, bro, I just got done training law enforcement. I fought for this country. All this shit has happened, and I've been on so many podcasts, and I never really bring it up. So when I saw that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
And thank you, Santos y Duan. I think I said Santos Lel Duan. My bad if I mispronounced your name. Never trust thine enemy. That says Ecclesiasticus 12:10, or Sirach. Never trust thine enemy, for like as iron rusted, so is his wickedness. Dams, reps, liberals, conservatives, right, left wing, all part of the same dirty bird. Yes, sir. It's the same system. One just slowly kills you. The other one just wants to blow you away and shit with their shotguns. Yo, give me my shotgun. That's kind of how it is. Now, let me bring this to his point, to the idiot point, to American chorro. Okay, he calls himself American chorro. I'm gonna call him American chorro because you're chorros, bro. You're chorro, bro. You're just spitting shit out of your mouth, not even your fucking fundillo.
He told us about the tariffs. Maybe you agree with them or not. I do agree with it. I agree with a tougher stance, especially on the liberal side, is disagreeing on one thing and being able to agree on another. It's as if you don't agree with every single thing that I feel, then you're wrong. And that's just not the way to go about it. I voted for Donald Trump. Do I regret voting for Donald Trump? Absolutely not.
American chorro. That's what I'm going to call you. Now on. What a fucking piece of shit. I can't believe that it had to get to this point. Like I told your family, my brother-in-law from 2016, he started supporting Donald Trumpetas and shit. And I'm like, fuck no, bro. Like, da-da-da. Then, we were close. But he said some, well, I'm going to get my iron. No. I'm going to get my Iranian brothers up in this joint and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, did you just say what I think you just said, bro? And guess what? He's like, yeah, he thought it was funny. I didn't think it was funny. Because I'm like, you should know my people. You should know my mom, my dad, my brother, my sister. We all went like across the border illegally. What the fuck? The saddest, that what hurts me the most, family. You know, this is why I show you this shit, because this is what hurts me the most, man. When I hear, I guess, quote unquote, our gente talk, and they say some dumb shit like this: support the fucking enemy that's in your face, that took your fucking, they took everything from you, and yet you want to kiss his nutsack. Check it. I don't know what book this is from. I told you I was going to show you a bunch of different books, okay? And I'm not going to try to remember them. I'm just going to read them. It says here, a Mexican expert from Vanderbilt University, Dr. Roy Garris, testified before a U.S. congressional committee. He reiterated the views of a Euro-American Westerner, a man who claimed that Mexican women were instinctively prone to adultery. Relying this questionable third-party testimony, Garris recapitulated the tired, trite, and grotesque 19th century gendered, racialized stereotype for a modern audience. A portion follows. Their minds run to nothing higher than animal function, eat, sleep, and sexual debauchery or perverseness. What did the American chorro say? Oh, I voted for Trump to get rid of criminals. Like, do you think that every single raza that's here busting their ass harder than you, not sitting in a fucking front of a camera making money from people, okay, they're actually out there busting their ass. Do you think all of them are criminals? Because that's exactly how they treat them right now. Do you think the mothers that are getting separated are criminals? So you voted for this shit, American chorro. But apparently that's what you are about. Chorro lies. In every huddle of Mexican shacks, one meets the same idleness. Filthy children with face plastered with flies, disease, lice, apathetic peons, and lazy squads. These sentiments were not isolated. Extremist minderings. These sentiments were not isolated extremist minderings. With a circulation of nearly 3 million, the Saturday Evening Post ran a series of articles urging the restriction of Mexican immigration. The title tells a story: the Mexican invasion. Isn't that what you voted for, American chorro? Oh, they're invading us. You know, these illegals. A bunch of illegals. I can't. Oh, fuck, man. You can't call yourself indigenous and then all of a sudden talk like a fucking gringo, homie. That's just a fact. It says here, hold on. The Mexican invasion, the wet and other Mexicans, and the alien on relief. One article, the docile Mexicans characterized Mexicano immigrants with the following adjective: illiterate, disease, pauperish, relying on mixed metaphors like alien. Alien is a fucking metaphor, okay? It's a connotation. For example, when you say illegal alien, close your eyes and think of illegal alien. Do you think of the words illegal alien? Fuck no. You think of the person that looks like a illegal alien. So apparently that person looks like me, you know, when you look in the mirror and shit, you're Morenillo and shit. You are an illegal alien. This is the characterization of us since the beginning of time. I mean, especially now, let me remind you, family, they've been printing shit since 1531 here in the Americas. So don't get me wrong, this is not new printing, but to a massive amount of people, like he says, 3 million. See what I'm saying? So now it says here, to 3 million people, illiterate, diseased, pauperish, relying on mixed metaphors, as well as the opinions of scientists who dabbed in eugenics. MAGA Republicans, they are eugenics 100%. Please do your homework. I mean, I think I remember showing you guys. Matter of fact, you know, I got a video for you. I totally forgot about it. Oh, thank you, Father. Thank you very much for reminding me of this video, because I actually did record it. Damn it, ya se me olvidaba. Okay, check it out.
Shifting down, I have to tell you, one of my favorite things to watch on YouTube these days are the court hearings where illegals are in court and ICE shows up to drag them out of court and deport them. I can think of nothing more American today than keeping our streets safer by getting those violent criminals out of the United States of America, and we all have Donald J. Trump to thank for it.
Is there a specific time frame you expect the detainees to spend here? Days, weeks, months?
In Florida?
Yes, here at
I'm
Alligator
going to spend a lot. Look, this is my home state. I love it. I love your government. I love all the people around. These are all friends of mine. They know them very well. I mean, I'm not surprised that they do so well. They're great people. Ron has been a friend of mine for a long time. I feel very comfortable in the state. I'll spend a lot of time here.
If Joe Biden answered this reporter's question just like Donald Trump did here, Fox News would be turning it into a national headline. But this wasn't the only rough patch during Trump's visit to the deportation prison camp they're cynically calling Alligator Alcatraz. In videos captured by local news journalist Jason Delgado, you can see the classic shoddy construction on full display. Water started leaking into the facility, pooling on the floors, not to mention the mind-numbing roar of the wind. It's from the facility's tent-like roof. Delgado later reported that the state directed the contractors.
Entrance here is a 30-foot tall wall. None of this was here 5 days ago. It's got razor wire on the top, just unbelievably impressive what the state of Florida has done here. As far as the eye can see, you go in, you don't come out. And if you do, the alligators get you. And mosquitoes. Jeez. All right, there it is. Provided to us by the state of Florida. Incredible. And yeah, would you rock this drip? Look at that.
As you watch Benny Johnson's tour of the literal cages suspected undocumented immigrants will be thrown into, just think about how many other ways the estimated $450 million it took to build this camp could have been used to improve the material conditions of Florida residents. Now, Johnson's giddiness over this facility, the merch, the alligator branding, the barbed wire glamour shots, is being interpreted by many as a reflection of how dehumanization is becoming entertainment.
The alligator Alcatraz, it's the idea that it's some immigrants, they just get eaten by an alligator or a snake or something.
I guess that's the concept. This is not a nice business. I guess that's the concept. If the snakes are fast, but alligators we're going to teach them how to run away from an alligator, okay? If they escape prison. How to run away. Don't run in a straight line. Run like this. And you know what? Your chances go up about 1%. Okay? Not a good thing.
There is only one road leading in, and the only way out is a one-way flight. It is isolated and surrounded by dangerous wildlife and unforgiving terrain. The facility will have up to 5,000 beds to house, process, and deport criminal illegal aliens. This is an efficient and low-cost way to help carry out the largest mass deportation campaign in American history.
This facility is key for is criminal aliens. Those are to public safety, and we need these beds. I've been saying since January 20th, if we want to run this deportation operation, we need funding. We need more detention beds.
According to a review of ICE data by NBC News, only about half of those in ICE custody have either been charged with or convicted of a crime previously. The acting ICE director, though, says the priority is still to arrest the worst of the worst.
We are still going after the worst of the worst, but like any law enforcement agency, if we do encounter someone on the outside or through the course of another law enforcement investigation, we do come across people that are just here illegally, we will no longer turn a blind eye to that.
I'd like to say it, a little controversial, but I couldn't care less.
Yeah, you couldn't care less. Hey, American chorro. You know how El Trompetas was saying, like, yeah, we're going to teach you illegals how to swerve through, alligators, man. You thought that he wasn't going to talk this way or do these things? And then you go off and say, in your same, oh, man, it's so fucking disgusting about people like you. You want to claim indigenous. And then in the same fucking breath, you go and say, those illegals, oh, shit. Let me ask you something, American chorro. When you say those illegals, are you thinking of black people? Are you thinking of white people? No, hold on. Are you thinking of Asian people or Hindu people, India? Maybe you're saying Arabs, right?
Gotcha, bitch.
So that's why when you said illegal, those illegals, because we want them off the streets. Those illegals are breaking the law. You claim to be from a fucking hood. You telling me that you paid for every fucking crime that you've done? Have you paid for it, bro? If you say you gangster, because I don't go around saying I'm gangster, but if you're saying you're gangster, you must have committed some fucking crimes. Have you paid for them? I wonder. Nah, but you know, you illegals that look like him, you need to get deported. Because that's what we need to prove to the Democrats. We got to prove a point to the Democrats. For fucking real.
Gotcha, bitch. We have a lot of bad criminals that came into this country, and they came in stupidly. It was an unforced error. It was an incompetent president that allowed it to happen. It was an auto pen maybe that allowed it to happen, and it did happen. But we also have a lot of bad people that have been here for a long time. People that whack people over the head with a baseball bat from behind when they're not looking and kill them. People that knife you when you're walking down the street. They're not new to our country. They're old to our country. Many of them were born in our country. I think we ought to get them the hell out of here, too. You want to know the truth. So maybe that'll be the next job, them down the street. They're not people that whack people over the head with a baseball bat from behind when they're not looking and kill them. People that knife you when you're walking down the street. They're not new to our country. They're old to our country. Many of them were born in our country. I think we ought to get them the hell out of here, too. You want to know the truth. So maybe that'll be the next job that we'll work on together.
All right, look. See, hey, family, I tell you, man. Like, I don't know why you guys fucking show up. Nobody's talking about you today. Like, you get your days. Nobody's talking about y'all today. But no, the fucking West African Canaanite has to come over here and call us Spaniards, when if you actually learn about history, y'all were the first Ladino Spaniards. But again, nobody's talking about you. You're not even the subject. And there you go, coming in here and shit. Like, bro, you know what it is, man? I realize you guys lack attention and shit. Like, your mama just didn't want. Hey, look. Yeah, because Luis Miguel and Claudia Sheinbaum are so. They're not. We know that. The fuck. You think Luis Miguel is native? Fuck no. We knew he was. See, this is what I'm saying, family. Nobody even talks about you guys. But apparently you need attention. Your mama didn't do it for you when you were young, huh? She just didn't pick you up and shit. And fucking just maybe caress your fucking earlobe so you can go to sleep. Like, that doesn't happen with your women. So you come and fuck around with a man's channel. The fuck, bro? Get some huevos, homie. Straighten up, bro. Be a man. Stop it. This is stupid. We all know, if you did your history, you would know that Luis Miguel is not. He's Spaniard. Everybody knows that. Claudia Sheinbaum, everybody knows that. It's kind of like you. You call yourself an American, but you're West African. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking stupid, dog. Get some huevos. Grow up a little bit.
But I think getting them out, we forget about them. We had some bad accidents in New York, and they're not accidents. They were done very much in purpose.
So, El Chorro voted for that. Apparently, that's what he did. El Chorro. Yeah, that shit's funny, man. Hey, we know Marvelous. We may not see eye to eye in a lot of things, probably, but at least you don't turn on our gente, bro. Wow, that's like at least hold on to that thread. You know what I mean? Like, hold on to that. The sister just pointed out something important. She said, hunger strike going on. 10 days already in Alligator Alcatraz. So, American Chorro, you voted for this shit? Let me continue educating your chorrillo, okay? Everything you need to know about Latino history. That's the actual name of the book. And I believe this is on page, we don't get to the point. We don't get to the bottom. But you know what I'm saying? Read it. You know what? Let me answer this. This is interesting. Because remember, I was talking to a brother the other day about this. It's like whenever I do classes, right? Like, I don't want to talk about Canaan, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to talk about Canaan no more. But whenever I do classes, right, that has nothing to do with Canaan, these motherfuckers show up out of nowhere, dude. Like, this is one of them and shit. Like, who puts the picture of a rapper as your profile? Like, what dude in his right mind will put a, you know what I mean? Unless this is you. You look like, what's that guy? That old, that's funny shit. Spaniards are literally the face of Mexican TV. Do you know why? Just like today, here in your North American spots, the predominant reporters were usually, or still are, white looking. Who do you think runs the media over there? The same ones that run the media here. Are you not aware of that? But y'all claim you're in... My God. You know, I wish you guys really had a legitimate argument, like a legitimate, you know what I mean? Like, I wish you guys had a purpose behind all your statements. You see, because all I notice about people like you say Hernan Cortez, your daddy, like, y'all white Spaniards, like, I don't know why you think it's going to matter. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter. Do you know what matters? You know what matters? This is what matters right here. What I just actually offered to you. Because you seem to show up, you know, and want to make a comment about some shit. There you go. There you go, First Daddy Yankee. There you go right there. Then he says, because y'all ain't Israel, that's why I'm here to set it straight. Okay, sounds good. Set it straight. There goes the fucking link. Set it straight. Let's go into the book. Let's dissect this so-called book that you believe it's yours. Show me that it's yours, and I won't talk about it no more. But show me. Don't talk about it, be about it. There goes the link right there. You know what I mean? You're saying, oh, because y'all ain't Israel. Okay, sounds good. Let's go to Deuteronomy 28. So how are you proving it? How are you proving that we ain't? By saying that supposedly we're white and Spanish, that's going to prove it? No. How you going to prove it is if we break it down. Man, I've been waiting for one of y'all to actually fucking show up. The other day I ran a live and shit, and I finally opened the door. And at the end, right when I'm playing music, then you guys want to click the fucking link. Don't do that. Don't do that. You got my attention now. So you're saying that we're not Israel. Fine, sounds good. Okay, prove it. Prove it. I want to see if you're going to prove it. Let's go to Deuteronomy 28. We'll break it down. Matter of fact, we'll go everywhere if you really want to know. If you really want to know, bro. I'll definitely... Look, listen, man. I go so fucking heavy on this shit, bro, that I'll prove to you, even in our diet, everything about us. A folklore. Please. Just hit the link. You know, if you say we're not, fine. Fine. If we're not, fine. Let's do it. No. Just show up. Just show up. You don't even post nothing. Don't post nothing. Ben Exum 5665. Mr. fucking Coolio. That's who it is. That's a picture of Coolio and shit.
Get the shit out you fucking...
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto. Family, I'm telling you, nobody ever wants to debate somebody in this. Nobody wants to debate this channel. It's not even about me. Nobody wants to debate this channel. Do you understand that? Because it's too fucking fire. I give them the chance. Like, fine, let's go to it. Let's break it down. Let's see if we're not Israel. It's no big deal, bro. If we ain't, we ain't. It's not a big fucking deal. True, that's gonna hurt. I can't change the fucking facts, neither can you. But I'll tell you this right now for sure. I can prove to you through scripture that we're more of them than you will ever be. And I don't need Deuteronomy 28. I'm only giving you that shit because that's the only thing you guys run to. Oh, that's right. Woolly hair too. Revelation 1 and 14. The color of the skin. Ah! You mean you've never actually look? For example, I've done clay work. I don't do it anymore, right? So in clay, when you actually get clay, like a real clay, in order for it to like harden, you have to put it in what's called a kiln. Matter of fact, you know what? Let's touch on that shit right now, brother. You know what? I'm glad you're here, Job. I'm glad you're here. There's this thing called kiln. Okay, so what is a kiln? Kiln. A furnace. Sorry, kiln, my bad. I misspelled it. A furnace. Okay? So when we talk about Revelation 114 or so, I don't like this video. It's too long. I just want to see some fiery furnace and shit. Some fiery shit. What is a kiln? All right, let's go to YouTube. Go to YouTube right here real quick. Bro, hurry up. Kiln. All right. Now we see right here. What is a kiln? All right, so let's see fiery furnace or some shit. There you go right there. Okay, so here's what you talk about. You guys always want to run to Revelation, some shit like that, right? Here, we'll just do it for you. We'll do it for you. Why not? You know, I'll entertain your substance just for a moment. Revelation 1:14 says, and his head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were as a flame of fire, and his feet like unto fine brass. That's not copper, by the way, as if they burned in a furnace. Fired up. By the way, the link is still up. You know what I'm saying? The shit is still up. I'm trying to wonder. I'm just giving you some examples of where we can go. We can do Deuteronomy 28, we can go Revelation, we can go color scripture, or we can go dietary law. We can actually do some examples of clothing, folklore, music, instruments, a lot of different things. We can talk about it all day. As a matter of fact, the way Nahuatl and Yahuatl have a very similar pronunciation, and also the fact that the Quichua or Quiche was actually pronouncing certain words like Hebrew. But if you like, we can just stick to Deuteronomy 28. Let's play one more time. Revelation 1:14 has nothing to do with these people, family. They brain fed you. Check this out. Revelation 1:15. And his feet were like unto fine brass, which is yellowish, as if they burned in a furnace. Then you got some people like, well, if you get some copper and you turn a lighter on, here, look here. Oh, it's burning. Look, it looks black. Oh, fucking, those are the fumes. Those are the fumes of the fucking lighter. This is burning in a furnace. That right there. You see that? That's not blackety black. There's no wool on that. You hear me? Write that down. That's not blackety black. There's no wool on that. This is too easy, man. And the fact is that you never show up. Y'all never do. You talk a good game. We're used to it, to be honest with you. We're fucking used to it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Nothing new under the sun, family. Nothing new under the sun. All talk, and you'll find it. It says in 2004, President Bush returned to the issue of designing a guest worker program to stem the flow of illegal, there we go, aliens across the U.S.-Mexico border and offer a legal migration alternative. In response, Congress began proposing reforms to existing immigration laws, including those contained in H.R. 4437, otherwise known as the Sensenbrenner Bill, which was passed in the House at the end of 2005. The bill, which called for increased penalties for illegal immigration and the categorization of an illegal alien and those aiding and abetting them as felons, unleashed widespread protests between February and May 2006, as millions of Latinos, quote unquote, so-called, and fair-minded non-Latinos took to the streets, demanding both an overhaul of the bill and a path to legalization for America's illegal aliens. The largest protest took place in April 10, 2006, when in each of the 102 cities, between 100,000 and 500,000 protesters marched on behalf of rights for people without documentation. At every stop, at every gate, and at every fucking year, century, for that matter, they've called us these things. So, American Chorro, you voted for Operation Wetback Part 2. And you know, man, I'm nobody. 730 subscribers. Man, my channel don't compare to their channels, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. All I ever do in this channel is bring facts. I actually bring books. And when I bring Bible, I bring Bible. You know, hay un dicho en español que hablamos con sin pelos en la lengua. Because you know what? I really don't have nothing to hide, family. Like, I don't have no fucking crazy ass in the closet shit. This is what it talks. This is what I mean about examining. I said it from the beginning of the class. You know? Let's read this. Operation Wetback proves successful. You see that? That's what they're saying in secret right now. Gains affected by last summer's Operation Wetback have been maintained during the first third of 1955. That's 75 years ago. Something like that. Southwest 70. Southwest Regional Immigration Commissioner David H. Carnahan announced today. Mr. Carnahan, who is responsible for management of the all New Mexico, Oklahoma, Texas, Hawaii, and Guam, said that a review of the field district functions discloses that the use of Border Patrol forces in mobile units has brought about a tremendous decrease in the number of illegal entrants over the Mexican border. Illegal. So this has been going on for years. This name usage. That's why, you know, you got El Chorro. You know what I'm saying? Fuck, man. He's like a bunch of illegals. Like, you can tell you have hate, man. You have hate. Honestly, American Cholo has hate towards his own gente. You can tell. Like, how can you not see that? How can you not see the struggle? Like, how do you not understand the struggle? How do you not spiritually connect to the struggle? I mean, you claim to be indigenous, fuckface, but all of a sudden you forget about the fact that 1492 happened. Or you want us to forget about that. But the people that you voted for, you know what they always want to remind you? About 1770 fucking 6. That is okay. About 4th of fucking July. That's okay, right? That, you know, we can be reminded of that shit, but no 1492. Fuck no. Nah. Eso no vale la pena, güey. Supplied control as a As a consequence, the legal supply to needed areas for temporary Mexican agricultural workers known as braceros is better controlled. A total of 13,864 such braceros was admitted from January 1st, 1955 to April 3rd, 1955. So you see, when you're needed. Yeah, you know what says it's true. They're showing the true, genuine spirit, because those are facts, man. How do you not understand the struggle? ¿Cómo no sabes, güey? ¿Cómo no te puedes poner a pensar lo que ha pasado con la familia, la dificultad, los pinches frijoles cada día, güey? Toda esa madre no te importó para nada, huh? All of a sudden now it's no, I'm an American. With a lot of chorrillo. It says the substitution of the bracero for wetbacks. You see this? The substitution of braceros for wetbacks. You voted for the white man to feel very confident, very, very confident in saying wetbacks. To you, too. Accompanied the seasonal invasion of wetbacks hordes in past year. I think it's connected to this other page. Check this out. This is in 1929, right? Around that time. William Randolph Hearst, the nation's most powerful media mogul, repeatedly used the pages of his 28 newspapers, which reached 5.5 million daily subscribers and 7 million people on Sunday, to call for deportations and harsher immigration laws. The farmers rid his barns of rats, his hens of weasels. Good housekeepers wage ceaseless wars against vermin, and employers will not have dishonest people about them. Read in an August 1930 editorial in San Antonio Light at Hearst Paper. No man keeps his own house, those that are enemies of his family, or for any reason harmful. You see? You get used, and then you get abused. Uncle Sam should clear his house, clear thoroughly of all undesirables. Have you heard yourself talk? Do you hear the fucking way you sound? The moment you speak, these guys will cut you. During 1930, Brody gained a reputation of flooding prominent persons with communications of their nature, claiming that Mexicans had pushed millions of citizens out of jobs into breadlines. How long have they been saying that? Lowered the country's morale and living standards. Isn't that what an American Cholo fucking said? I think I still have it. Check it. Right here, look.
We as Latinos have a very hard time doing, especially on the liberal side, is disagreeing on one thing and being able to agree on another. It's as if you don't agree with every single thing that I feel, then you're wrong. And that's just not the way to go about it. I voted for Donald Trump. Do I regret voting for Donald Trump? Absolutely not. He did what I believed he was going to do at the border. He told us about the tariffs. Maybe you agree with them or not. I do agree with it. I agree with a tougher stance in the world. I believe in taking off a lot of this corruption and fraud. But let's get back on track.
Let me go back. During the 1930s, Brody gained a reputation of flooding prominent persons with communication of this nature, claiming that Mexicans had pushed millions of citizens out of jobs, into breadlines, and lowered the country's morale and living standard. Didn't he say get rid of criminals? I mean, he said it earlier. You know, I guess I didn't get to that point. I didn't go back that far. Jobs. He likes what Trump is doing. Americans for Americans. That's what Stephen Miller said. America for Americans. Here, people in Arizona and other states formed America for Americans. That's what Stephen Miller said. I could understand you have a disagreement, but this is a fucking fascist, racist disagreement. Check this out. He said it. I don't have to prove it.
This is Pod 5.
Yeah, I don't pay for shit like that because I don't be asking for money. Let's go.
New York, hello Madison Square Garden, and hello to the United States of America, people watching in all 50 states.
This is what you voted for, American Chorro. This is exactly what you voted for. For this man to spill his hate towards our gente, our indigenous gente. Because he hates the living soul out of us. You think it's a joke? Once I play this, I'm going to show you a video.
We are here tonight with a message for you. In 9 days, your rescue is coming. In 9 days, your salvation is at hand. In 9 days, Donald J. Trump is going to go back to the White House. We stand here today at a crossroads in the history of this nation, in the history of our civilization. This is a choice between betrayal and renewal, between self-destruction and salvation, between the failure of America or the triumph of America. Stolen from them and shipped to Mexico, Asia, and foreign countries. The lives of their loved ones ripped away from them by illegal aliens, criminal gangs, and thugs who don't belong in this country. A political system that punishes hard-working citizens, oppresses them at every turn, takes away their right to free speech, the right to political expression, the right to fundamental safety in their own country. One man dared to step forward 9 years ago and say, enough, no more, America gets its future back. And what happened next? What happened after he stepped down that escalator 9 years ago? The system that he is, and raise his fist into the air and shout on behalf of all of you, fight, fight, fight. And what was he fighting for? He was fighting for your children, for your wives, your husbands, everyone that you love and know in the world. The right to live in a country where criminal gangs cannot just cross our border and rape and murder with impunity. Think about how corrupt and hateful and evil a system is that allows gangs to come into this country and rape and murder little girls. I'm not just saying that. You've read the stories. It happens every day. You read one of these heartbreaking headlines. Who's going to stand up for our government that puts American citizens ahead of illegal aliens? With your votes, you can smash this broken establishment. With your votes, you can end the corruption and graft. And with your votes, you can deliver the future to your children that they so dearly deserve. So I'll end with this thought. Each and every one of you has been loyal to your country. You have loved your country. You followed the rules. You paid your taxes. You did everything right. And the system just keeps beating you down, and beating you down. And I say to you, are you going to let that system win? Are you going to surrender? Or are you going to follow the example of President Donald J. Trump and fight, fight, fight to the finish and save this nation?
I didn't get to that point. I guess I skipped it. America is for American and Americans only. People in Arizona and other states formed America for Americans, native associates, based in part on the Ku Klux Klan, which itself had experienced a resurgence during the previous decade. That advocated policies and actions similar to those that Brody preached. What he preached was mass deportation, which is what you voted for. The way to cure disease is to remove its cause, not to treat the system, and we are treating the symptom. He wrote to an immigration official, the cause is mass alien employment and mass alien indigence. The cure is the deportation of alien indigents. Indigents. Do you understand that? These things have consequences. These things have consequences. You know, they have consequences. Check this out.
Que es un criminal sionista, lo digo abiertamente, él apoyó a Trump y es íntimo de Netanyahu. Entonces, cuando llegó Netanyahu a Dallas, Texas, que había un grupo de judíos o israelíes, no sé cómo se diga ya eso, le decían, oye, ¿por qué persigues tanto a los palestinos? Y les dice, los palestinos son para nosotros los israelíes lo que los mexicanos son para ustedes en Estados Unidos. Entonces, yo veo la palestinización de los mexicanos en Estados Unidos.
Con todos los componentes.
¿Cómo?
Con todos los componentes, porque primero Estados Unidos le roba el territorio a México, después le termina de construir un muro, después los ataques xenófobos y racistas por un componente étnico y religioso también. ¿Qué falta?
Bueno, falta el último capítulo. Vamos a empezar a ver, hay que tenerlo en el escenario, una gran discriminación sobre los mexicanos. Eso a mí me queda muy claro. Y Estados Unidos, porque aquí la pureza blanca del WASP, el racismo, supremacismo, es igual que la pureza inventada de los nuevos judíos del siglo XXI, que ni son semitas. Lo digo con responsabilidad. Hoy uno llega a Tel Aviv y el 25% habla ruso. Son de origen házaro. Los házaros, lo digo también con definiciones puntuales, son mongoles centroasiáticos. No son semitas. En Estados Unidos, que es un criminal...
They hate us like they hate the Palestinians. That needs to make sense to you. It needs to resonate here because it's not a fucking joke. Check this out. This is a book I have, and again, I told you I'm going to show you just pages. I'm not going to look after the book. If I remember it, I'll mention it. Chapter 3, The Legal Lynching of Leon Martinez Jr. I listened again to this list with a profound interest at the mixture of names. But the names bear the marks of the several national stocks from which these men came. But they are not Irishmen or German or Frenchmen or Hebrews in anymore. Interesting, right? They were not when they went to Veracruz. They were Americans, every one of them, and were no different in their Americanism because of the stock from which they came, supposedly. You see this here? What are you saying? On May 11, 1914, President Woodrow Wilson read this tribute to the 19 servicemen killed in action at the Mexican port of Veracruz weeks earlier. The memorial procession bearing the dead soldiers traveled through the streets of New York City. The parade of the vehicle passed 1 million people, and the city across the country conducted their own ceremonies of honor. In concluding statement, Wilson announced, "We have gone down to Mexico to serve mankind." In Pecos, Texas, on that very day, a ceremony of a different type occurred. Citizens came to the county seat to witness the execution of Leon Martinez Jr., a Mexican teenager, for the murder of Emma Brown, a young Anglo woman. Newspapers reporters across Texas had followed the case for nearly 3 years. Citizens raised concern about the inferiority of the Mexican migrants and the increasing number of undesirable aliens, you see this, entering the country. An informal racial order that privileged Anglos over Mexicans had long existed in Texas. You see what I mean, family? But you have people that are siding with these animals. That's what they are. I mean, what do you think? Do you think it's normal to create a fucking jail in the middle of Florida? In the Everglades? Where, I mean, you're talking about, like, do you know what the Everglades are? And you send people there because they look like you. That's what you did. You looked in the mirror and said, "I want to hurt myself." An informal racial order that privileged Anglos over Mexicans had long existed in Texas, but new developments were threatening to marginalize Mexicans even further. The presence of anarchism and un-American activity, you see this, among some ethnic Mexicans increased Anglo hatred during the decades of the Mexican Revolution. Anglos viewed these men and women as uncivilized and intellectually inferior. You voted for that. The creation of the Mexican problem. The Mexican problem was an ideological construct by whites to further demonize La Raza. While the notion that La Raza was a detriment to U.S. society was not new, during 1920, a specific reference to the dilemma was called the Mexican problem. The new waves of immigration, restrictionist immigration policies, the increase in segregationist practices, pro-assimilationist efforts. You see, that's what I was saying earlier. What the fuck are we assimilating to? I mean, the border crossed gente. This is who we are. Can't change that shit. And what the fuck is American anyways? Hot dogs? I mean, well, burgers? Do we have to sound a certain way? I mean, you hear the guy who voted for fucking Trump. You hear how he sounds? Is that assimilation? Yeah, it's silly, man. Creation of the Border Patrol and you see this? The new waves of immigration. Restrictionist immigration policy, the increase of segregationist practices, the assimilationist efforts, creation of the Border Patrol, and eugenics led to this problem. You see how eugenics is tied to this immigration, to these immigration laws? They look at us as not people, fam. Why do you think they're putting alligator Alcatraz, making fun of it? Do you see any country fucking complaining? Do you understand what's going on? Like, do you understand that that's like little Palestine? That's like little Gaza and shit. You guys don't get it, man. New theories about hereditary and racial differences fuel the idea that there were as a Mexican race. Eugenist Charles Davenport warned the United States population could rapidly become darker in pigmentation, smaller in stature, more mercurial, more attached to music and art, more given to crimes of larceny, kidnapping, assault, murder, rape, and sex immorality. and more given to burglary, drunkenness, and vagrants than were the original English settlers. So when you vote for Trump, that's what you vote for, because that's what their base stands for. That's their base. That's what they believe in. You cannot take this thought process, this subconsciousness from them. This is what his base believes in. This is from Occupied America. It says the land of one people is invaded by people from another country who later uses military force to gain and maintain control. If you guys prefer to read the book, look at Deuteronomy 28:49. The land of one people is invaded by people from another country. 2, the original inhabitants become subjects of the conquerors involuntarily. In the same book, read verse 48, 43, 44. The conquered have an alien culture and government imposed upon them. Read Lamentation 5:2. The conquered become the victims of racism and cultural genocide and are regulated to a submergent status. Is it not still happening? Since 1492. But they don't want you to talk about it, even though it's never changed. The conquered are rendered politically and economically powerless. The conquerors feel they have a mission. Remember what they believe in? Manifest destiny. In occupying the area in question and believe they have the undeniable privilege by virtue of their conquest. That's why you have that long neck lady claiming that God is with Protestants because, they're prosperous, they say. So they say. Border is closed. 150 million illegal aliens deported. That's July 28, 1914 through November 1918. Do you see how long they've been talking this way? But you guys are okay with that. You guys are okay with voting for that. This is from June 12, 1914, wetback detention camp slated. Just from an article from this year. I think I can get it here. Let's see if I can make it bigger. Okay, it says here. Hold on, family. Let me see if I can fix this. All right, it says wetbacks detention camp slated. Ellison Park will be focal point in alien roundup. An army of Border Patrol, complete with jeeps, trucks, and 7 aircrafts, will begin moving into Central today, dispersing their forces for an all-out war to hurl tens of thousands of Mexican wetbacks back into Mexico. For real? So I'm just magnifying it now. An army of Border Patrol men, complete with jeeps, trucks, and 7 aircrafts, will begin moving into El Centro in LA, dispersing their forces for an all-out war to hurl tens of thousands of Mexican wetbacks back into Mexico. This is what American Chorro voted for. You're a fucking joke. People like you disgust me, man. And you want to know why? Because you make it seem like you're like this intelligent. Well, you think you're smart, but you're fucking not. And that's the worst part. When you're stupid and you don't know you're stupid. You know what I'm saying? The biggest drive against illegal aliens, as you can see, it has never stopped being used. That's why we need to push back on that word. That's the point. We need to push back on that fucking word. You next time you hear illegal, man, you need to fight back like that shit burns your eyeballs. Was the way Harlan B. Carter, 40-year-old head of the Border Patrol, yesterday described the forthcoming Operation Wetback in his headquarters at El Centro. The Imperial County City has been selected as the command headquarters of a campaign that will reach from San Diego to Salt River Valley and from Nogales, Arizona, as far as north as California, fertile San Joaquin. Shit, sorry, my bad. Nah, dude, don't do that. My bad, family. I don't know what the hell that's. How do I take it off? I don't want it. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. The biggest drive against the illegal aliens in history was the way Harlan B. Carter, 40-year-old head of. Okay, we read that. It says the Imperial County City has been selected as a command headquarters of a campaign that will reach from San Diego. We read that. Concentration camps. Industry 2 will be a target. Industry, like construction, like today. You know, farms, landscaping, like all of this shit, like, you know, fabricas, you know, warehouses, Home Depots. Industry, meaning construction shit. 2 will be a target for those wholesale drive against Mexican wetback laborers. See? Stop choosing that, bro. I don't like that shit. What the fuck? Nah. Calmado, way. Hold on, fam. I shouldn't touch that. Man, that's so annoying. That's the last time I do that. It says here, Industry 2 will be a target for the wholesale drive against Mexican wetback laborers. A wired fence security camp will be established at Ellison Park in Los Angeles with a capacity of 1,000 men. Herman R. Landum, district director of immigration, said, "Aren't you from LA? Do you not know your own history? You call yourself Chicano. You don't know that you basically supported for it to repeat itself. You claim to be indigenous. You claim to be about our people, but it's total bullshit. Or anybody that thinks like that. The purpose of the local stockade will be to imprison illegal Mexicans flushed out of businesses and industry jobs in Los Angeles area. A flying squad of 75 border patrolmen and immigration officers acting in intelligence gathered over a period of months will sweep through factories into Skid Row saloons and hotels and ferret out of illegal Mexican aliens in other Los Angeles locations. Although the all-out raids against wetbacks have been set to start full-scale next Thursday, you see how they use wetback, illegal alien, Mexican. You see what the fuck Khazars are doing? These are the fake Jews, by the way, the self-proclaimed Jews. They're the ones writing this shit. The Stephen Miller type. This is them. Constantly at work. Actually, Landon said, hold on. We are constantly at work on this job with our regular force of about 239 patrolmen and other immigration service personnel. Our normal wetback arrest will average from 1,000 to 2,000 Mexican aliens a day, and this number is being stepped up rapidly with the arrival and orientation of 491 additional men who have received from the Border Patrol. So people like, El Chorrillo, what do you say to this history here? Apparently, it's been going on for quite some time. Both of your parties have had a chance to do it, but yet now you support something to be so fucking horrible. And you're like, I don't regret it. I hope you get that shit 3 times, 5-fold, 10-fold, and I won't feel sorry. Not one fucking bit. You don't feel sorry for our gente. You're proud of your vote. Just like the rest of you idiots that follow stupid shit like that. That's dumb, man. Y'all fucking disappoint me. Landon further disclosed yesterday that an initial group of 1,000 captured Mexican nationals here illegally already have been delivered into the hands of cooperating Mexican authorities at the Nogales, Sonora staging port. From Nogales, this first 1,000 and other 1,000 due to follow them will be heard abroad aboard trains of the Mexican National Railway systems and hauled into Midwest Mexico and Central Mexican points. What will happen in Mexicali or in Nogales if more repatriated wetbacks are thrust back across the border and the Mexican cities can accommodate seems to be anybody's guess. B.A. Harrigan, secretary of the Imperial Valley Farmers Association, said in El Centro that farmers have swung over heavily to the use of legal labor and are not expected to be too concerned by the wetback roundup. Okay. Apparently that's what I do here. It don't matter. We'll just hit machines. We'll just get machines to do the job, Holmes. But I'm gonna vote for Trump, eh? I'm a vato loco forever, Holmes. Yeah, fucking joke, man. Uneducated and are fucking a joke. It's I don't even know how to put it. It's fucking depressing. Let me show you something real quick. I'm gonna show you 2 videos in and I think I'm out.
Do you have $100?
Do you have $100 to give this guy? Just kidding, gente. Let me hurry up and play this shit. Check this out. Is this it? Is this it? Oh, yeah, it is. Hold on. Check this out. Here it goes right here. Sorry. This lady showed this guy talk. So I want you guys to listen to this. And this goes for it's about a minute. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, about a minute and change. Listen to this real quick.
I know I'm going to get a lot of hate over this, and I really don't give a fuck. But the point is, I've been doing construction work pretty much my entire adult life, over 20 years, 21, 22 years now. Right now on this job I'm on, right now, there are about 5 of us white guys out here. There's probably 2 or 3 black guys, and the rest are Latinos. And I say the rest being 100 to 125 guys. Now I've been on this job for 6 months. And that's been about the average. I wished all these guys would get their citizenship and do things legal, but the point is that they haven't. But if you send all these guys back across the border, everybody says, oh, they're going to raise the wages and all the white guys are going to get these jobs. Bullshit. Like, I don't know what fucking sandcastle you got your head shoved in, or whose ass you got your head shoved in, but no, they're not. I've watched the Americans completely quit working. People my age and younger don't work. They don't, and especially ain't gonna do a physical job. So all you people said, oh, they're gonna increase the wage, and all these thousands and thousands of white guys are gonna get these jobs. Like, have you done lost your fucking mind? I mean, come on. What's gonna happen is people like me are gonna be sitting at the house because there ain't even enough people to put a crew together to be able to fucking work. Fuck, man, this country and government, everybody just went to fucking shit.
The other day I covered a...
But, some people won't care. Even if we show them shit like that. Even if we remind them of your own fucking town that this has happened before. And you voted for it. And you say you're okay with that. So anybody that's listening to people like that, you need to reflect on about you. Where the fuck is your mind at? If you're listening to people like him, then you're no different than him, of course. Birds of a feather always flock together. How do you not know this about Los Angeles, güey? How do you not know que esto le pasó a nuestra gente, cabrón? ¿Te crees muy indígena, güey? Pues a ver, cabrón. Show us how indigenous you are. Give us some of your wisdom. Other than bullshit. You guys that have a good following, man, you need to do better, bro. Seriously, y'all need to do better. Fucking shit is this, man? Getting easily influenced. I'm going to show you something real quick. Is this it? Yeah, I want to. Okay. Let me make sure that I know how I want to play this. Yeah. Let me play this video.
So they wait.
You know how the Republicans or even racist liberals, Jews, fake Jews, or Khazars, basically. That's what they are. Okay, here we go. Here we have a what do you call it? Mexican American? Is that what you call yourself? You're good. You're good to go, man. I think we can hear. Try to say something. See if you're. We can hear your audio.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Let's go.
Okay. What evidence do you have that Hispanics or Israelites?
What evidence do I have? Now you said DNA, right? You said DNA, correct?
Yeah. What evidence do you have that?
Hold on. Just let me ask you. Do you believe in DNA though, or not?
Well, I know it's statistically like not accurate sometimes entirely, but for the most part, you can find out where somebody comes from.
Okay, sounds good then. And you say you're Native American. Like, well, what do you mean by that?
Native American. I said. I said I was speaking of not only Aztecs but all natives, right? You're don't you claim that all natives are Israelites?
What nationality are you? What nationality are you?
I'm sort of mixed, but my parents are born from Mexico. Yeah.
You mean on your dad's side? What's your dad? Is your dad an indigenous or is he from somewhere else?
It's not really relevant to the conversation.
No, you just asked me a question. What about DNA evidence? So I need to know that.
Well, I know what you believe. You believe about the Y chromosome. That's all that matters, right?
I mean, why would you know what I believe?
Because don't you believe similar to like what is it? Marvelous. He believes that because his dad, his paternal side was native, so that makes him native, but DNA doesn't work like that.
Okay, do you believe in science?
He's misinformed.
Hold on, do you believe in science?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe in the Bible?
Yes, I do. Well, I believe some parts of the Bible can be interpreted in a certain way within the context.
All right, sounds good.
Of the society that they lived in.
Okay, sounds good. Both of them determine very, very clearly that it's through your father that you get your actual lineage from. Both of them.
No, that's for covenant, right?
No. Like
for Israelite covenant, right?
Okay, do you have a sperm in your nutsack or not?
Nobody's debating that, but you have to prove that that's the only piece of DNA we carry.
We're talking about DNA, okay?
Yeah, but you're arguing that DNA, that's all we carry. That's not the only part of DNA we carry.
Hold on a second, Mr. White Man. And we're not getting away from the initial question. I asked you, you considered yourself a Mexican American, and then when I asked you about your father, then we went this other route. So are you European or are you indigenous? Through your father.
See, but you have to prove that your view is true. You can't just assert it.
That's science, bro.
But you're just asserting it. You're not proving anything.
That's science in the Bible as well.
That's science. You're saying that's science, but then you don't have any science to prove. Where's your peer-reviewed paper?
So I already know where you're going. All right.
Where's your peer-reviewed paper then?
Hold on a second. So basically, you are a white guy that claims to be Mexican. Okay, I just want to clear that up because you're not raza. I want to say that real quick. You're not indigenous. All right. Let's just
prove that. Prove that.
You're proving it right now. You're proving it
science, right?
You're proving it right now because you can't even.
Screaming proves nothing. Doesn't prove that's scientific. So
listen,
stop
kid,
it.
Listen, kid.
You don't know what science is.
Kid, listen. I asked you, who's your father? You still haven't answered that question.
Kid, you don't even know how to talk. Stop.
Okay, then
let the other person talk.
Then answer my question.
Like a little boy.
Okay. Who's your father, bro? Hurry up.
I said that's not even relevant. We're talking about what is
Very relevant.
like science,
Very
right?
relevant.
What is science to you?
Okay, so then
How
now
does science work? Let's
hold on.
start there. Let's start there.
Hey, listen.
Let's just start
boy.
there.
Listen, boy, you don't control shit here. You understand that? You don't control shit here. If you want to control shit, get your channel. I control shit here, okay? I'm gonna let you talk. Now, you asked about DNA. So let's start breaking it down slowly in the way that I got you here to click the link. Before we forget the whole fucking concept here. You said, what DNA evidence is bloodline coming from Israel? Now you're saying, well, I don't know about DNA.
No, I didn't say that. You're asserting that.
No, you're saying that.
Nope.
Okay.
I
Do you
never
want me to
asserted
prove?
that.
So first of all, not only do I prove these things through the actual Bible, but I actually have evidence of it myself. Okay? And this happened way after I even started this channel. So you can go do DNA with 23andMe. There's other websites you can go to. I preferred CRI Genetics because they're, I think, more precise. Based on
where did you determine that?
Let me finish. Can you fucking finish? Can I finish?
Can you talk like a person formally or not?
What do you mean? What do you mean formally? Like a white guy? Like a white guy? Is that what you mean? Formally?
No, not get all emotional.
Nobody's emotional here, bro.
You are. You're all.
No,
like
you're just not used to people talking over you. That's the thing. You're used to people submitting to your ass.
You people,
nobody does that today. Nobody does that today. Nobody's gonna do that for you. So grab some balls and shut the fuck up for a moment, okay? You asked for DNA evidence. So here we see CRI Genetics, right? And you're asking for DNA proof. Okay. 91% native of the Americas. Now, this is the most recent analysis, so to speak, right? But then when you go into advanced analysis, it actually shows furthermore into like what my actual bloodline comes from. So it's breaking it down right here. It's saying Peruvian, Mexican, Colombian, yada, yada, yada this, yada, yada, yada that, yada, yada, yada that, and yada, yada, yada that. Okay, sounds good. Now, you're saying exactly paternal, maternal, all of that stuff. So your father determines your bloodline, in case you don't know.
You're also Chinese? It looks like you're Chinese, too.
What, like 0.03% and shit?
Yeah. So you're going to ignore that part?
Wait, 0.03%?
That's a part of who you are.
Right, and yet you can't answer.
Why are you ignoring it?
You can't answer the fact that your dad is European.
So aren't you an Asian too?
Hold on a second. Let me just finish my point here.
Hold
on, shut the fuck up, white boy. Please be quiet for a moment. Okay.
So you're gonna ignore DNA.
No. I'm showing you right now. You're saying, do I have DNA evidence that shows that we are those people? Now I'm going to show this right now. This is exactly what my DNA shows. That my paternal bloodline comes from where? See this right here, just in case, because it moves a little slow for you, but
yeah, but that's going back to Africa, right?
No. Look at the screen.
Africa.
Can you talk? What are you talking about?
Where does it start? Look at where it starts.
Okay, so do you believe in DNA? So then that means we're all monkeys, then, right? Basically, is what you're saying. Right?
So what do you see the initial start of that line?
Here's
there.
Hold on a second. Here's the problem with you people. You want to believe DNA, but then you don't want to believe it completely. You want to believe it based on your narrative.
Well, you have to prove it. You can't just be asserting things and claiming.
Okay, listen. This is just my DNA evidence that you asked for already. You asked for.
Well, you don't know how to read it. Apparently,
okay.
You don't know how to read a basic chart.
What does it say right there? Then what does it say?
Is that the start?
Oh, you mean you want me to go back all the way over here?
Yes, go back.
Okay, so you do believe in science then, right?
Okay, or not? That's where it starts, right?
Okay, so that's where it starts. Okay, fine. So if you want to base it on science, but where does it say that my bloodline actually branched out of, and where does it stop? Where does it stop? Right here. Now you said DNA proof that you so-called Hispanics. I went to advanced.
Well, I would question this because where's the migration through the Bering Strait? If you're Native American,
do you mean you want me to do a class because you want to fucking listen to it?
Well, where is it? They migrated from there, right?
I'm asking you, is that what it is?
Look, why do Native Americans look so much like, some of them look like Asians, a lot more like Asians than Indians, right?
You're the Siberian concept type of deal, right? Right, you're Siberian.
Well, tell me why Indians look so much like Mexicans at times, or Asians. Is it a
What do you mean? Why do Asians look like Siberians, or what is Hispanics?
And why do people like in like Canada or north of Canada look like Asians? What happened? How did they get there?
Hey, shut up for a moment. So in case you don't know this, I've actually expressed very clearly that there is a difference between Eskimos and natives. I've made that very clear in my channel. We
And
don't.
why do some of the Eskimos have A2H in their bloodline, or A2A?
A2A what?
Like markers, native bloodline.
Right. Does that mean that we're all the same people? So you're saying that you're a white guy, right? Because I know you're white. I can tell already.
So you're gonna ignore DNA. So you know DNA, but then you're gonna ignore DNA.
Let me ask you a question. So since let's say if you're Irish,
how do they determine the markers?
Listen to me, white boy. Esau, listen to me, Esau. If you're Irish,
Esau, he was a son of Abraham. Where was he from?
Listen
Middle
to me.
East.
Right.
How is he from Europe?
Esau, listen to me. If you're Irish,
so therefore you're from Europe. That's stupid.
If you're Irish,
your argument is illogical.
If you're Irish, hold on. See, this is what we do here. We would do here. We talk and then we listen, right? You don't show up to people's channels and shit, and they think you're fucking ballsy, bro. You ain't going nowhere. And calling yourself Mexican American, you're a total white boy. So just for a moment, listen to what I'm asking you.
Is Mexico?
Listen, shut the fuck up, man. Shut up. If you're Irish, shut up, kid. Esau, shut up. If you're Irish, are you not German? Is that what you're saying? If you're German, are you not
Asian?
Wait. You see, you guys are always doing this shit. When we ask you about you, you then want to question us. So I'm asking you, okay? You're foreign. You're a legal alien. I'm asking about you. If you're Irish, wait, shut up. If you're Irish,
what's your level?
Oh my dear Jesus, bro. You don't know how, dude, your mom didn't treat you well, okay? If you're Irish, are you German? And if you're German, are you British?
If you're mixed, you're mixed.
Wait, if you're what?
If you're mixed, you're mixed. You can't deny part of your lineage.
Okay, so that's your
all
lineage?
part of your makeup.
What's your lineage then?
That's irrelevant to.
It's totally irrelevant. I'm showing you mine.
See,
So
you've already
there we go. Okay, see, family. What's yours? You see, that's the first thing I asked this fucking guy. And he evaded the whole question the entire time. Then now he's trying to turn it around.
How you graduated?
Hey, listen, little beaner. Listen, little beaner. Or wannabe.
I doubt you graduated.
Hey, listen to me. Listen. What's your lineage? What are you?
Not relevant to the argument.
It is very relevant. What are you?
You've already proven.
What are you? Are you white? Are you Irish? Are you German? Are you British? Which one are you? Which European fucking continent? Which European? I'm sorry. Which European?
European.
Okay, wait. No. Don't ask me a question with a question. Don't answer my question with a question.
Like,
what are you? Listen. What are you? You're not Mexican, first of all. I know that for a fact. You're not American either. Okay, because that's the Americas. So what are you? What are you, bro? Stop. See, you're talking too much. You're talking too much. See, this is where we don't get nowhere. I can mute you all day. So I'm asking you, before we move forward, if you can answer that question, we can continue talking. What lineage is your line from? Like, where is your father from, bro? Irish, German?
So how is that relevant to?
So again, that's 3 times you said that. But you're asking us to prove our DNA, our lineage of where we come from. But yet I'm asking you who the fuck your father is, and you say it doesn't matter. If you think you can come question me and I can't question you, you must be fucking stupid or born yesterday. So I'm asking you, your father, what is he? Irish, German, Dutch, Greek, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese? Which one is he?
How is that relevant to Esau?
Oh my God, bro. We'll get to that eventually, but just answer that one. I'll answer that, but if you answer this one first.
I don't disclose personal information.
How would that be personal information?
It's my makeup.
You mean like you wear it?
No.
You put lipstick on and shit? Like you put like fucking,
in my history.
I see. So you're not willing.
Structure, right?
Okay, so can we just, okay, fine. You don't want to share it. But can we assume that you're European?
Can you prove that I'm European? Like, you have to prove that with DNA and using science.
I'll say it like, hey, Esau, be quiet for a second. I'll say it like this. You're scared to share the fact that your dad is from Europe. The fact is, you're scared of that. Why? Because your fucking name here literally contradicts that whole fucking concept. Mexican American. There's nothing Mexican or American about you. You're European. European. That's all we're asking for. Just be honest about it. I'm being honest.
Are you Asian? Yes, you are.
Did you not ask about
the Asian part?
Which one? Which one? Which Asian part? You want me to?
You get it from your dad? Maybe it comes from your dad's side, right? You don't know.
Here, they mean like 0.7.
Clearly, it doesn't tell you where you come from your paternal or maternal side. Right?
So this matters more to you than this right here.
So where does it say that doesn't apply to your paternal side?
Hey! You don't dictate nothing. Okay. So this matters more to you than this. You know what that sounds like? You are totally European.
You're like brain dead, dude.
No.
That basic question.
Hey, listen.
You're claiming that you're.
Oh my God, bro. See, this is the thing. See, family. This is why white people are the way they are. They really think they have some superiority over everybody and shit. Like you can't question them whatsoever, bro. Like for example, primary one.
Do you understand what?
Oh my God! What is your daddy? Where does he come from? Oh, that's private information. I can't let that go. I didn't ask you for your fucking social security. I didn't say give me your driver's license number. I asked you who your dad was. You get all the I don't know, man. You know what I mean? That's private information and shit. The fucking nerve of you to come over here and ask us certain things about us, and yet you can't answer shit about you. It's pretty funny, man. So now, since I have you here on the actual live, show me exactly where you think the Bible doesn't determine who we are.
So you've not proven that DNA. You're like pivoting. You're pivoting because you've lost a lot.
You didn't even answer my fucking initial question, right? You asked DNA proof. I showed you. You focused on some Asian little fucking percentage. That's how stupid. And I asked you who your dad was, and you can't answer that. So no, look, I'm not gonna have a good time with you unless you actually answer questions. Answer questions, kid. All you got to do is just answer questions, bro. So now, since you don't want to answer that your dad is white, fine. Anglo-Saxon, whatever, German, Irish, I don't know, fucking know. You sound like you're from over there. Let's go to the Bible then, since you say we're not attached to these people, right? Are you ready? Are you ready?
You have to first prove that Esau was European before we can move on.
Well, I mean, if you based it on your questions, you asked us particular questions, right? You guys
I need evidence. Archaeology, like how did Esau migrate?
Shut up. Nobody wants to hear your fucking voice unless we let you. You said you guys think you're Hebrews. That was your first question. That was your first question. Right? That's the first one. Then you said, well, you was Abraham Anglo or Semite? Or was Abraham, I don't know what the fuck that means. Was Abraham Anglo or Semite? Okay, sounds good. That was your second question. And then you said, prove DNA. That was your third question. Right? So let's go to the first one. The first one, the very first one. You guys think you're Hebrews, right? Let me ask you a question. Do you think you are the chosen people? Because I can tell you you're a Christmas Christian, right? So do you think your Christianity made you guys the chosen people?
I wanted to go back to CRI.
No. We got to answer.
I looked at CRI and it has.
We got to answer the first question, bro. We can't do that.
So your DNA source.
No. We can't do that. We can't do that. We can't do that. You can't avoid questions. You can't do that, kid. Right? So let's tackle what we're talking about. That was your first fucking question. So let's handle it. Let's handle it. Or are you going to talk about something else?
So you brought up the CRI genetics, right? How accurate is it?
Listen, man, I'm going to give you one last chance. Do you want to talk about your first question or not? We'll get to it eventually. This is your first one.
Yeah, why do you guys think this then?
Okay, sounds good. Do you think that you're a Hebrew?
I never claimed that.
Okay, sounds good. Are you a Christmas Christian?
Some would argue, maybe, yeah.
Okay, so then Christmas Christians believe they're the chosen people.
I don't believe that. What are you talking about?
Okay. Perfect.
Certain Christians might believe that.
Well, most of them do, evangelicals especially. So now let me ask you, why are you concerned with the fact that we believe we're Hebrews?
Because I believe it's false.
Why? Why does it concern you though? You're not.
Because it's part of my. It's part of my like.
No. Listen, you're not indigenous though. You're a white guy.
I am indigenous, like CRI. You can't prove that I'm not.
My friend, you're European. You're European.
You have to prove that with DNA. How do you prove that it only comes from the dad's side?
You can't even admit the fact that your dad is European. That's how I know that you're European.
So we don't take any DNA from our mother? Is that what you're claiming?
No. Listen, not that we don't take the mitochondrial, aspect of that, right? But your lineage comes from your dad. If your dad raped your mom, you're still your dad. Do you understand that? Do you understand? Just because your mom may have been native, they don't make you a fucking native. You will always.
It does make me part native.
No, they don't make you shit.
Yes,
bro.
it does.
No.
Prove it with science that's true. You can't.
Okay, let's go to basic.
You're making it up.
Yeah, let's go to basic concepts. Okay, just basic concepts.
Pull up a peer-reviewed paper that proves that.
Wait. Listen to me, and we can talk. Let's go to basic concepts. When you go outside and you're fucking around with dirt and shit, and you grab a seed, right? You grab a seed and you plant that seed in the dirt. Does that dirt not help? Hold on, wait. Let me finish. Hold on. The seed is where the life is. The dirt is what helps it grow.
Yeah,
but it's still. Hold on a second. You can't plant a seed and assume you're gonna grow apples when you have an orange or a peach. You are growing specific fruit. Okay, that also applies to your lineage. So the mother is the receiver, but you never stop being of the lineage of your father. So as much as you want to be native, you're not. If your daddy was a white boy, you will always be a white boy. That's just the fact, Jack.
Nope.
You may claim, I got my mom DNA, but that's your assumption.
You have to prove it peer review, not just.
And this is the best part about people like you.
That's not how science works.
No, it is exactly how it works. And here's the best part of it: the same book that you believe in.
You saying it doesn't.
Shut up. The same book that you believe in says it exactly the way it is. Like you're like, well, I don't really believe it. You don't believe it when it's not convenient. Numbers 1:18 says exactly the same thing as science even talks about. And they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month, and they declared their pedigrees. Like when you have a dog, you know what I mean? You know the pedigree of the dog. It's not the mom's pedigree, it's the father's pedigree. After their families, by the house of their fathers. So listen, your dad could have had sex with a native sister. That don't make you a fucking native, bro. You're a white guy, and you're going to have to live with it. Do you understand that? So this Mexican American, it may apply to you because it's only a title, but in reality, you're European. It is never going to change. It will never stop until one of your fathers is indigenous. Then you can say, yeah, I am those people. Nah, man.
No, that's false.
Well, hey, listen, it's just hard facts, man. And it's unfortunate that people like you really go around trying
that's
to
like claiming that the earth is still flat, right? Like the Bible would say, a lot of them would say that the earth is flat, but it's not. We know that it's not.
I mean, there's two ways that you can look at it. You know what I'm saying?
So there's some things that were incorrect in the that we've.
No, but if it makes you feel better.
And this was common in the ancient world.
Hey,
a lot of them believed a lot of the same things.
Right. So now that we're clear in regards to your lineage, now what do you want to prove?
So do you believe the earth is flat still? Let's start there.
I don't get into stuff like that.
Why not? But this is what they believed at the time, right?
I mean, if you break down the Bible, you can kind of take it both ways. If you honestly think about it.
No, if you look at the ancient world.
If you really think about it, like if you really, even the ancient world thought about it as well.
And I know this because I've looked into it. So
you mean you're ancient and shit? You were back then in those days. You were there.
So are we ancient and not know about Jesus, like his resurrection?
Wait, are we moving to another topic?
No, I'm arguing from your position. Like you're.
What's my position?
You're saying, because it's ancient.
I was not there. I can't know. Were you there when that was going on? Were you there?
No, but we can see from other cultures, surrounding cultures, what they
right. There's cultures that say there was flat. There's cultures that believe it was flat. There's cultures that believe it was round. I mean,
Yeah, but most of them at the time in the Near East believed that.
Hey, listen, flat. Young Anglo-Saxon, sons of Esau. Okay, like I don't know why you want to talk to me about these things. I don't care for it. I don't care for it. You know what I mean? Like I don't care if it's flat or not.
Because you don't know about history. That's the problem.
Oh, okay. So then you're trying to use an angle to feel better about yourself? Is that what it is?
No,
Now that I reminded you that
I don't feel bad at all. Like, because I know you haven't studied.
Okay, so then teach us.
Well, you can't teach somebody that's unteachable. Like, you need to
No,
know.
you
You
see-
need to learn how to study
You
first.
see what I mean? You see, you said you can't teach somebody that's unteachable. I'm not the only one here. That basically tells me
Convince you that the earth is not flat until you
Look,
decide.
listen, bro. I didn't invite you here to talk about the earth being flat or not. That's the thing. Like that's irrelevant. What does it matter? I told you I don't care. Like I don't care for it. If it is, if it isn't, okay, sounds good.
But this is
Move
what
on.
the Bible teaches, so don't you?
Right,
believe the Bible?
but initially, what triggered you to come to this channel? Because we were claiming to be Hebrews, right? And you got offended by it because you're a white guy and you don't understand our indigenous culture. And now you're offended because I reminded you. You got it out of your mama. That don't make you a native. So now, what other stuff do you want to talk about? Because I already know I'm not gonna prove shit to you. You're Esau or somewhere over there. You can't even tell us. You're not even being honest with your mom. You're denying your dad, which is fucking sad, to be honest with you. You should be proud of him. He gave you that seed and shit.
So then, two people when they come together, like two different breeds of dog, that dog doesn't carry any DNA from their mother.
Did you not hear what I said? Your lineage determines.
Where in science does it say that your lineage determines? Show me that. Like,
Okay,
where are you grabbing this information
So
from?
you're telling me what the most obvious thing we've all been knowing.
Well, most obvious, and you can't even show me where you got it from.
Okay, show me then.
Like, where's your source?
Hold on a second. Show me
Have
that
you
I'm wrong.
studied it? Have you
Show me that
studied
I'm
it in
wrong.
science?
Hey, listen, white boy.
What journal
show
did
me
you
that I'm
read
wrong.
from?
Then show me that I'm wrong. Then show me your sources.
What journal did you read it from?
No. Stop asking me questions. You show me
Do you
that I'm
even know
wrong.
how to do research?
Show me that I'm wrong. Then.
Okay,
Show me
do
that
you
I'm
know how
wrong.
to do research? Have you been to
No.
college?
I'm not asking you a question with a question.
How
I'm
do you do
asking
research?
Give me an answer.
Okay, show me how do you do
that
research.
I'm wrong. Show me that I'm wrong.
Well, you have to learn how to do research to know if you're right or wrong, right?
You're here telling us that I'm wrong or that we're wrong. So then I'm giving you the floor. Show us where we're wrong. Bring the scientific resources or sources that you claim to prove that I'm wrong. Show it. You can show it.
Well, clearly you've not done that.
No. See, that's not. I just told you, teach us. You said, well, if those that want to learn, I just fucking told you, show us. And now you're saying, I don't know. Show us. Show us.
Oh, I'm supposed to like go and start searching right now.
I mean, isn't this what? Do you not study this?
I have. But,
So it's not your
but have
subject.
you?
Hold
Have
on.
you?
Hold on. It's not your subject, but you want to talk about it?
Do I need to like
Stop. Answer the question.
like for example?
Oh my God, dude. Family. I don't know. What do you think, man? Should I let this guy keep talking? It's just like, what the fuck, bro? You know what? I'm gonna get rid of this dude. You know what? Honestly, fam. Oh my God. Oh, you guys are so fucking funny and shit. Like, where's your DNA evidence? Okay, I'll show you some. Oh, there's like 0.03% of you're Asian. How come you don't talk about that? Oh, so the rest of it doesn't matter? Like, oh, well, you see? Then we go, hey, how about your dad? Is your dad like, you know, is he raza and shit? Well, I don't want to talk about those private stuffs. Hey, look. CR genetics is not accurate and doesn't prove DNA matches. Okay, well, neither does 23andMe, and I guess neither does anything then. Then we just need to not believe any DNA. Just don't believe any of it. You know? Fuck it. Nah, that's what I mean, though. Like the scriptures do say that it seems like it's a flat earth, you know? But and somebody else can also argue it in a different manner. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I remember the part where Joshua tells the moon and the sun to stop. And then it actually, like, you know what I mean? So that tells you that the way that it works is it's a circular motion, not a I don't know what the other singular, maybe I'm doing it wrong. Hey, look, sad ignorance is worn as a badge of honor. No, you know what ignorance is the fact that you want to be native, bro, and you're not. Your mama didn't give you no native shit. You're a white boy, homie. You will always be a white boy. You will always be Esau. You will always be an Edomite, and it's never going to change. It don't matter how many. Matter of fact, if you go and have babies with another native sister, your children will still be Esau. You will always be them. That's why you're offended. That's why you're like trying to defend them. I'm like, what the fuck is your angle, bro? The fuck is your point? Oh, well, I voted for Trump. I voted for Donald Trump. Hey, fam, I may have to cut it short because my son's having a hard time right now. Okay. So, I apologize for that. Now, I just want to say something real quick. And this is why people like him, just like this guy, this fucking Anglo-Saxon and shit that tries to disguise himself as a native. Fuck you, man. Fuck you and your whole damn lineage. Because historically speaking, there's a movie that Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert De Niro did together, okay? And it talks about the actual stuff that these people did. Now, I recorded certain aspects of the movie. I recorded certain aspects of the movie that had to do with Freemasonry, right? But if you look at this movie in its whole context, it's basically showing how white people, white men, would get our native brothers drunk, alcoholic, you know what I mean? And that severity, right? And then when the woman lost the husband, guess who would marry with him? The white guy would marry the native sister. Then they would claim the land and then claim to be natives. Just like this fucking nigga. This guy, Mexican American. Bro, you are a total fucking white boy. So for me, when I hear people like you, it disgusts me, man. Matter of fact, and I tackled your questions. You're like trying to avoid shit. You said DNA, you said Hebrews. You didn't even want to talk about the Bible. You know what I mean? It's like you're questioning us for saying something, yet I ask you, okay, show me in the Bible where it says that we're not. You can't even do that. Listen to this. Check this out, family. So disgusting these Khazars are. And y'all. He has a life policy on him. So if he succeeds in diminishing himself before the end of the year, I forfeit. I have a few more months. And I might even get a chance at his head rights.
That's gonna hurt.
You are those people. They did that on purpose. For you to come to this channel and say, well, I'm native because of my mom. Fuck you and your mom, bro.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
We have malinches all the time. We have malinches everywhere. It don't matter to us. The sad shit is that you don't even understand your own hatred. And it's so obvious. You hate that side of your mom, but use it when it benefits you. You're so weak. Okay. Here's another video. See that? You've got to take back control of your home. These white boys were going around killing our native brothers, getting them addicted to alcohol or other shit, and then they would go and marry the women and take their land. That's as native as you get.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
If I could have an actual reasonable conversation with someone like him, I would. But, you know, they come in with these questions and then we ask them a question and they want to evade it. Then that's when I fucking treat them hostile. Like, oh, you're emotional. Nah, well, there's nothing emotional about that shit. Trust and believe I talk like this all the time. I mean, not all the time because, you know, I talk to my kids different. But these are facts. You can't deny that. I'm saying that's what I'm talking about, family. A lot of times these people don't care, man. They just want to come and talk shit, have no understanding of what they're saying. We got another, let's see, about another 30 minutes and then we're done. Let's continue proving some shit. Hold on. I'll start with this. First of all, thank you.
La gente que sabe, sabe. When you know, you know. This is hard ass labor. Working the fields. Trabajando los campos, los files. For jalapeños. Quería saber de dónde vienen tus jalapeños. You want to know where your jalapeños come from? Here you go. Working in the hot ass sun. Day in and day out. And you know what? These beautiful people will never do. They do not complain. My people do not complain because we show gratitude for having a job. This type of work made me want to study my butt off and get all the degrees and masters that I have. I did not want to work in this hot weather, but that doesn't mean I don't feel for them. They're still my people.
You know. Could have done a lot better in your message, lady. Anyhow, but I appreciate it. Listen to this.
For a green card for the Mexican rescue team. They saved my family.
Kerr County Sheriff Larry Lida says to apply for a green card for the Mexican rescue team that rescued his family and that they will not be restricted from entering or exiting the U.S. border in the future. This statement caused a public outcry because Sheriff Lida, who is known for being tough on immigrants, has finally broken his silence by standing in front of the camera with a solemn look on his face and saying, "I owe them my family's life." No one would have expected that to come from Sheriff Lida, and Kerr County was one of the hardest hit areas. The sheriff's daughter and 2 young grandchildren were tragically trapped, and when the local rescue effort was overwhelmed, a specialized rescue team sent by the president of Mexico marched across the border to help.
El mexicano trabajando y los gringos pidiendo. Qué cosas. Mira, el mexicano trabajando y los gringos pidiendo. Qué cosas.
We are the Tarahumara. We are indigenous to northwest Mexico. Native Americans are diverse. We are related to all Native American tribes. I am Kayapo Indian from Amazon Rainforest. We have always been here. We are the original people of North and South America and Caribbean.
I am Maya. Native Americans come in all skin shades. We are copper colored to light skin. Stop stealing Native American identity. We know our people.
We are the Tarahumara. We are indigenous to northwest Mexico.
An indigenous
Native Americans
Mexican
are diverse.
Is a Native American, just like a Native American in the United States. An indigenous Canadian is a Native American, just like a Native American in Mexico and the United States.
An indigenous Guatemalan is a Native American, just like a Native American in Canada, Mexico, and the United States.
An indigenous Nicaraguan is a Native American, just like a Native American in Guatemala, Canada, Mexico, and the United States. An indigenous Salvadoran is a Native American, just like a Native American in Nicaragua, Guatemala, Canada, Mexico, and the United States. An indigenous Honduran is a Native American, just like a Native American in El Salvador, Nicaragua, Guatemala, Canada, Mexico, and the United States. An indigenous Costa Rican is a Native American.
Mexico is Native American land. Mexicans are Native Americans.
Before the border, we were already here. We are desert nations, river people, mountain watchers. The lines drawn by others do not erase us. Our memory is older than any map. We are indigenous people of this continent we call America, and this nation known as Mexico. We are not illegal on any side of the border. Before laws existed written by strangers, we already existed.
We are the original peoples of Mexico. Long before Mexico had a name, our ancestors were here. We speakers of 1,000 tongues. In Mexico today, we are more than 70 indigenous nations. We are not remnants of the past, we are the present.
We are Raramuri, the light-footed people. You know us as Tarahumara.
We live in the deep canyons of Chihuahua. We run for miles through mountains without shoes.
Our language is Raramuri, and our life is close to the earth. Though roads and mines have scarred our land, our spirit runs free.
We are the Nahua people, descendants of those who built Tenochtitlan. Our language is Nahuatl, still spoken by over 2 million of us. We live across Puebla, Hidalgo, Guerrero, and beyond. Our ceremonies honor Tonantzin, the Mother Earth.
I am Purrepecha. We live in the green lands of Michoacán. Our ancestors never bowed to the Aztec Mexica.
We had kings, iron workers, fishermen. Our language still echoes in the towns of Tzitzuntzan and Cherán. We are the Maya. Our pyramids still stand under the sun. We speak Yucatec, Tzotzil, Celtal, Quiché. We live in Chiapas, Campeche, Yucatán.
We're going to take about a 10, 15-minute break, and we're going to start again, okay? So I got another couple hours, and then we'll be done. I did this on purpose, specifically for those that ask. Anyways, give us about 10 minutes, 10, 12 or so, and then we'll continue, okay? All right.
Que toques el cielo, pero no el suelo, así que créetelo. Quítate el velo velozmente, bro. Vívete tu sueño, pero despierta a la hora que toca. Esa hora, motherfucker, wake up. Yo me meo en tu cubata antes. Bebo, matar ratas con tan. Voy al bosque a lo Tarzán mientras enlazan. Fraternidad en casa con su polo Hollister a estrenar. Te han dejado en el desván de su pensar un mar de ideas. Son grandes ideas ardiendo en chimeneas antiguas. Ríe Dios albergue de antiguas. Su mente y su luz son ambiguas como mi voz. Lo que para ti es un don, para mí una misión fija. Mis versos son de ninja. Tu poesía pa' pijas que no se fijan. Caen más allá del cristal. La matriz hipnotiza. Mi energía os hace trizas. Yo en mi nave nodriza. Comiendo pizza con piña, moldea taroides, córtices. Con mi mente arborescente junto con hilos para crear pegasos en nace, pero cánticos lemurianos me hacen sentir como en mi hogar la noche se avecina y se afilan colmillos de vampiras psíquicas. Frecuencias del malestar las alimentan. Nuestro deber es tenerlas raquíticas. Bazookas espaciales latada con la función del sol central, causando desinformaciones bíblicas. Todo lo existente es relativo, o al menos la materia que te describo. Soy antipersonas como las minas y mino. La moral del que venga a negar lo que digo con la mira por tan ombligo. Si me retiro del partido que sea como figo, conocidos en me la pela en verdad. En mi barrio me conocen más que tú a tu enamorada. No hay payasos, solo en anémonas de gárgola. Andrómeda eres. Conserva tu celular, primigenioso no podrás volar. El virus se llevó a unos cuantos, pero elevó a más. Elevó el más a la opulencia. Digo, ¿quién te ande bajo el satanás en el espejo? Jesucristo, la conciencia del flash. La tierra y su paz están vibrando. Los sentimientos son la trampa que están manejando. Los hilos de los cuales tú y tu ego estáis medio colgando. No es que yo sea un superdotado, ni tú. Solo lo que tú sabes de mierda yo sobre el cosmos. Que lo estudio y profundamente sano me lo tomo. Si no ya hubiera ido a visitar al doctor. Porque no soy devoto, mucho menos un santo. Yo jamás voto, pero dale que asalto. Cuando en verdad sé que tendría que sudarme todo la polla. Pero pienso que hay que vivir por algo. Que en el letargo cure lo enfermo. Sabor amargo, remedio eterno. Me pregunto a toda esa gente que le he hecho. Y canalizo desde el cielo un verbo así hecho, bro.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
This is the music from the my niggas. Yeah, man. Yeah, man, real bomba clock and I set the volume 8. This is the music from the my niggas. Yeah, man. Oh, ribby damn, ribby damn. Hey, la 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 la. You man a tribute from Black Hood Ray. Hey, hey, hey. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, Mystic global sound, the dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Por soñar soñé que todo cambiaría, por pensar pensé, luchar a sangre fría sin perder la fe, viviendo el día a día, más con sentimiento que marcó mi sinfonía. Darle pan al que no puede comer, darle bendición al que sepa renacer. 3000 errores solemos cometer, pero solo un gran hombre los sabrá reconocer. Y me di cuenta hoy de tantas cosas, algunas crudas, otras bastante hermosas. Son los más sabios, personas poderosas, no aquellos bastardos que destrozan nuestras prosas. Es la perdición, mala situación de manchar tu corazón por tu mala acción. Dame una razón para darte mi perdón. Siento que tu alma se consume como el humo de este blon. Derramo poesía, arte mensajero que reclamo cada día. Pretendo ser sincero, más comparto mi alegría con todo caballero que mantenga la presión cuando andamos bajo cero. Sentimientos perdidos con calma, malos actos mancharon tu alma. No pide perdón quien dispara el arma, no sabe que un ladrón se bate con el karma. Broken microphone, mystic love sound, the dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic love sound, the dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Wanna ganja respect from Volumen 8. My niggas on Volumen 8, this is Key on the studio respect. Alright. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Belong a time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Belong a time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Oh. La 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 la. When I got just smoking from the studio of the on. And when I can just your nigga on the floor. When I live a sound. Oh them, oh. Bye bye rhythm, bye bye sound in original. Canova City on a production key on. Ribby them, ribby boy. Original from the world. Reggae music warrior them. Ay, yeah man. Representando el sonido callejero, nego. Respect and love, more love. Pure nigga, respect, bliss. Ya no hay camino que recorra tu pasado, tan solo cicatrices de batallas por ganar. El tiempo dice quién se quedará a tu lado y quién dará la vuelta para nunca regresar. Toda persona tiene su forma de amar, pero pocas con amor y solo queda soñar. Lo que daría por llenar este lugar con el tacto de una flor y la música del mar. Cuánto nada cuesta tanto como tener el cielo entre mis manos y no ver a quién se va. Canto ya se curó mi llanto, doy gracias a la vida por la familia y que solo de verdad. Tic tac suena el reloj y recuerdo que no debo perder el poco tiempo de ti. Ay, guión, dispáralo, el resto lo pongo yo. Puro sonido de alegría en el blog. Ey, tic tac suena el reloj y recuerdo que no debo perder el poco tiempo de ti. Ay, guión, dispáralo, el resto lo pongo yo. Puro sonido de alegría en el blog. Ey, Seishan, I call it with a connection, them. Original reggae music, que un estudio presidente. Háblame de amor, pensamiento que no tienes mujer, y eso solo lo sé yo, que no me diste ni un día de placer,
y pide muévelo, muévelo, muévelo. El sonido en la party, tremendo champion. Y dice muévelo, muévelo, muévelo. Original Labón y dice voy navegando por el mundo. Dame solo un segundo y te muestro quién soy. El mensaje más profundo, con el papel me fundo y chilla root boy. Caminando por el mundo, dame solo un segundo y te muestro quién soy, boy. Reggae music dance, I roll them. Cali with zone, Cali with them, Cali with forever key on for president. Warrior, original of them. Hey, y dice, ¿cómo voy? Navegando por el mundo, dame solo un segundo y te muestro quién soy. El mensaje más profundo, con el papel me fundo y chilla root boy. Caminando por el mundo, dame solo un segundo y te muestro quién soy. El mensaje más profundo de Cali with them, original fire, fire music warrior. Que un estudio original, them, original, please.
Okay. Hold on. Let me play this. Let me do it again.
Somos un ejército cautivo esperando la señal pa' comerme al enemigo. Y si lo posle, dime si es rival o amigo. Que del ejército mexica tus guerreros siguen vivos.
Una simple frase, te explicaré cómo es mi gente. Si maltratas a un carnal, te devora la serpiente emplumada, va picada, desquiciada el águila real. Le arrancará la cabeza a quien dañó su nopal.
Boom. That's what I mean. All right. Let's see. They had asked for it, and, you know, it's important. We got to share it. Somebody asked about Abraham. They want to know about Abraham. I think we need to know about Abraham. Important to know about Abraham. Hold on. A lot of people don't know about this guy. They claim to know about him, but they can't break it down. Because this is an important aspect of the scriptures. In case you guys don't know this. In case you don't know this, this is an important character of the Bible. And if you're going to claim that we are here or there and never bring up his name, you can't do that. Because his name matters too. That's our lineage. That's what I was telling the guy. Listen, you will always be of your daddy. You will always be of the nutsack of your father. Like that sperm that runs around his nutsack and shit, that's you. And you will always be you. I'm not degrading our women. I'm not saying like, oh, they don't matter. No, I never said that. But they don't carry the seed. That's why it's important to understand the pot or the seed, the dirt or the seed. That's why they say women is the motherland, because the seed comes from the father. You know what I mean? It's not complicated. But some people want to be educated once more and again. Let's educate them once more and again of who Abraham is, the connection with Abraham, and how we relate to that man. Let's go.
Nice. So anyhow, let's start off with the video, and we're gonna go through, let's say we'll start at 3 minutes, like 3 to 5 minutes. 2 minutes. We'll start at the 3rd minute.
That's your
Give me a second. And again, it's not necessarily this school. I'm not targeting IUIC. I sincerely was looking for any other school that would talk about this subject, and I didn't find any. Okay, so I'm not trying to be dismissive or luring somebody, or I'm being deceptive and trying to create hate. No, I like I said, I looked for it, no, couldn't find it, and I was not going to go to the so-called white man because I already know they're not explaining anything. So I thought, well, let me see if these guys maybe might be able to. So I listened to them, and here's their explanation of things, okay? So let me be quiet. We'll run to the 5th minute. It's regarding Abraham.
Knowledge of God. So this class is going to increase y'all
in the knowledge of God. All right, so let's go to Genesis 11 and 27. The seed of Abraham.
The book of Genesis, chapter 11 and verse 27. Now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begat Abram.
Right, so Terah begat Abram. We will later know him as Abraham, but right here he's Abram. All right, the son of Terah. Read.
Nahor and Haran. And Haran begat Lot.
Read.
And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees.
So it says the land of the nativity was Ur of the Chaldees. So where was Abram at first? In Ur of the Chaldees. Let's get Judith chapter 5 in verse 1.
So now the question is why? Okay, it's mentioned, but why was he there in the first place? Why wasn't he in Africa? Or in Europe? Or up in Russia? Or up in China? Why was he sojourning in the Ur of the Chaldees? Let's continue.
Judith chapter 5 and verse 1. Make sure y'all follow. This is one of them classes where you can't pop in and pop out and expect to know what the hell going on. Everything gonna tie in together throughout the full course of the class. Judith 5 and 1.
The book of Judith, chapter 5 and verse 1. Then was it declared to Holofernes, the chief captain of the army of Assur.
Holofernes. Go ahead.
Holofernes, the chief captain of the army of Assur.
Hey, shalom, fam. I again, let me remind y'all, you two both that are listening. I appreciate y'all being here. The topic is Abraham, the friend of God. I was trying to find a different, like any kind of school that would teach this subject regarding Abraham. I wasn't going to go to the white man, so-called white man, and listen to their Christian doctrine on them. They don't really know. They don't know what they're talking about. Not really. So I figured, let me see who I can find. I only found IOIC. Okay, GMS, ISUPK, Zakari. I couldn't find anything. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm not targeting them. Okay, just again, it's a topic. This is their breakdown. This is what they're saying regarding Abraham and all of that stuff. Okay, well, let's find out what they're saying. Where they're reading Judith, which we're going to touch eventually.
That the children of Israel had prepared for war and had shut up the passages of the hill country and had fortified all the tops of the high hills and had laid impediments in the campaign countries.
Right. So this chief captain is in charge of this army that's going through and conquering and defeating all these lands, all these nations. But he come up on Israel and he sees all type of.
So basically, Judith 5 is just talking about that there's some other nation. Like, wait a minute, who are you guys? What they're about? They're inquiring about our people. Okay.
Hills fortified and protected, and he's like, man, what the hell are these damn hills? You know what I'm saying? What's up? Read
verse 2. Wherewith.
Let me fast forward this because they're gonna go through the story here. Let me see.
Country. And what are the cities that they inhabit? Yeah. Inhabited
no tree.
Out of the mouth of the
history of the Israelites. Read.
And there shall no lie come out of the mouth of thy servant.
Read.
This people are descendant of the Chaldeans.
I remember that. Descendant of the Chaldean. These words matter. Descendant. Why descendant? Why? And then why just walk over that? Watch this.
What?
Of the Chaldeans.
They are descendant of the Chaldeans. Why did he say that? Eliakim.
Check. Shalom, leadership. He said that because Abraham, Abram, his father was Terah, in Haran, and died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity in Ur of the Chaldees. So he was saying that that was the lineage that we came from.
He said that's the lineage that we came from, and watch how he responds to it.
He was just going back to Abram.
Okay, was it the that was the what that we came from?
I'm sorry.
That was the what that we came from?
The lineage.
That ain't quite the word.
Or the land.
Land.
Okay, I don't know the psychological word for this, but that's that leading. I know that in law it's leading the witness. Okay, so if you are lawyers of the law, then you are leading the witness here. All right, you asked a question and it wasn't defined properly. It says descendants of the Chaldees. So the question is why? Now they walk over it. I'm only going to show a few more seconds, a few more, and then I said we're going to move on.
The land. Remember, he said that's the land of their nativity.
Right.
That's where they was dwelling at in Chaldee, in the land of the Chaldees. Right. Go back to Genesis 11.
All right, now he's going to Genesis 11. All right, cool. Sounds good. All right, so we're clear on that. So that's their interpretation of the scriptures. Now, hey, by the way, guys, I want to show you this background. All right. Me personally, this is my thorn in the flesh. I need this reminder every day because I know that I have a lot at stake. And if I submit myself ever to this again, then I'm locked in and God knows what would happen. I'll become a reprobate. Who knows? He's already given me enough warnings. I don't have time to play around. So that's what you see in the background. It's not the class. Okay. So in case I go back and forth and you come in late, hopefully they understand. Hopefully people listen. Anyhow, so let's go ahead and continue. Let's go to Proverbs. Let's start the class. All right. So let's go to Proverbs chapter 1 and verse 1. It says, the Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom. Let me repeat that again. Verse 2 and 3 say instruction twice. To know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom, justice, and judgment, and equity, meaning being fair, being firm, being just, being wise, being disciplined, being well instructed, to give subtlety to the simple. So to the Jew, I'm a Jew. You know the law, I'm going to talk to you like somebody that knows the law. To the Greek, to the Gentile, so to speak, in the Gentile state of mind, I'm going to be subtle. Subtlety to the simple. To the young man, knowledge and discretion. Why? Because he needs to know the example of what a man is supposed to be like. A wise man will hear and will increase learning. So you brother, you sister, or you brethren that are listening, whatever we're listening to you today, you are supposed to increase the learning that you get from me today. It's of the Most High, obviously. I'm only an instrument, all praises. If I can even be that, man, believe me, better than what I used to be. A wise man will hear, meaning he not just listen and not apply. He will hear and will increase learning, meaning he'll listen and apply. And a man of understanding shall, I lost my thought. Where am I at? I need my glasses, guys. My apologies. Let me go back. A wise man will hear and will increase learning, and a man of understanding shall attain unto wise counsel. Now, is this wise counsel? Yeah. Verse 6. To understand a proverb and the interpretation, the words of the wise in their dark sayings. The only way this happens is the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. So the only way you get this is by instructions, meaning by discipline, meaning that you are supposed to be what? Meek. That's why the scriptures talk about Moses being the most meek man, meaning that he was the most disciplined. He listened. He listened to the Most High, regardless of what his personal thoughts were. Okay? For now, we go to Revelations chapter 3, verse 10. It reads, because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I will also keep thee from the hour of temptation. So that's something that always stood out to me. Why the hour of temptation? If we've had the so-called white image for more than 500 years, it says here, I will also keep you from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwell upon the earth. So are you saying, One West, that 5 minutes or 1 hour is 500 years? Where does the Bible say that? So my question is more of, what's this last hour, which shall be upon the whole world, and we're starting to see it. We're starting to see it because we already dealt with one. We dealt with one Jesus. Now we're dealing with another one. Matthew 24. Then, if any man shall say unto you, lo, here's Christ, or there, believe it not. IUIC, ISUPK, Sakari, GMS. I believe Sakari is a little more neutral than all of them. The main ones, right? And OGG. I don't know those other ones. Or House of David or House of Israel, whatever. HOI or HOD. But I do know that they claim that they have the truth. I know IUCPK says that they have 100% truth. No doubt about it. That's what they say. But the Bible says otherwise. The Bible says, if there be any man, verse 23, if there be any man that say to you or say unto you, lo, here's Christ, or there, believe it not. That is contrary to what they're saying. We have the 100% truth. I sometimes wonder if they really read the Bible for what it is. Verse 24. For there shall arise false Christ and false prophets, meaning false teachers, telling y'all that Abraham doesn't really matter. Isaac, Jacob is what matters, because that's when Israel became Israel, or Israelites, because Jacob's name was changed to Israel, so to speak. But yeah, they forget that they call themselves Hebrews, and that came from Eber. For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and show great signs and wonders, in so much that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. How are these great signs and wonders? They're able to break down the scripture. So our people are like, oh my God, they must be Hebrews. They know how to break down the Bible. Wow, this got to be Christ. Yeah, you're right, brother. The white man did this to us. That's what we knew. So I don't blame y'all for saying that, assuming that at first. Excuse me real quick. I don't blame y'all for assuming that at first, of course. I believe that my as well. But then as you start studying the Bible for what it really truly is asking for, then you find out, why are you guys running to the Messiah? Which I understand you could, you should, right? But not in this sense. Because the scriptures don't ask you to do that. It says, Isaiah 51 says this, exactly like this. Excuse me. Exactly like this it says, hearken to me, ye that follow after righteousness. Okay, so listen to me, you that want to keep the laws of the Most High, ye that seek the Most High. You see that? He's literally saying, listen to me, guys. Hearken, meaning hold on to what I'm about to tell you. Like me grabbing your shirt. Hearken to me, bro. Listen. You that follow after righteousness, you that seek the Lord. That's kind of what he's saying, right? Look unto the rock whence ye are hewn. So me telling you, all right, you want to know where God is? You want to do his laws? Look unto the rock that I built. Like what? Yeah. Look unto the rock which ye are hewn, meaning cut, and to the hole of the pit whence ye are digged, meaning he took Abraham out of some pit, some rock, and he polished it and cut it perfectly to what he wanted, because he saw something in Abraham. Why? Because Abraham was always a Hebrew, first of all. Then it says, look unto Abraham your father. That's an instruction. The wise man will take the interpretation and add on to counsel. Look unto Abraham your father, and unto Sarah that bare you. It's Noah, Shem, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Okay? And then it says, for I called him alone, and blessed him, and increased him. And the verse before says, if you want to listen to me, hearken unto me, ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek the Lord. Look unto the rock when ye are hewn, into the hole of the pit when ye are digged. That's basic black and white instructions. It is not complicated to see. Hey, Shalom, Eastside 115. Oh, thanks to the Most High that I never joined a camp. Always felt that they were false in their teachings. Yes, sir. Shalom, hermano. All praises to the Most High. And you know what? Some of us had to walk that way. You know what I'm saying? So there's some brethren that had to walk that way, and Lord willing, they're starting to wake up. There's some that did walk that way and they lost the spirit, man. So that's the scary part. So yeah, you're right. All praises that you didn't go through it. But you know, some of our brothers make it, some of us don't. You know what I'm saying? So anyhow, let me continue. All right, so far so good. We're understanding now that Isaiah 51 is literally saying, if you want to follow me, you want to look at the Most High, well, look at what Abraham is about. Wait a minute. Okay, well, shoot, those are instructions. I'm going to follow that. So look unto Abraham your father, and unto Sarah that bare you. For I called him alone, and blessed him, and increased him. Now, there is a reason why this is in there. Because the Most High knew that there was going to be false Christ, false prophets, false teachers, claiming to say the Messiah is here, the Messiah is there. And he says, don't believe them. He's literally saying, don't believe them about the Messiah. Don't believe them. So anything that has to do with the Messiah, don't believe them. Now, it says in John 7:38, let's clear this up for you One West camps, because you're going to probably say, you're the devil teacher. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Look at this. John 7:38, he that believeth on me, as the scriptures had said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. What does this have to do with how he looks like? So Revelation 1:14 is everything. So if that's the case, if your doctrine is based on Genesis 2:7 and Revelation 1:14 and Jeremiah 14:2, then guess what? John 3:16 is a legitimate doctrine. That is a legitimate doctrine then. So now we can twist the words, because listen, brothers, this is what I've been hearing, okay? So Deuteronomy 28:49 now. It has nothing to do with being so far away, like in another continent. No, they're telling me now, okay? And then sending me messages saying, well, brother, you know, the other land and from far away or whatever it is could also be like the next city, or your neighbor's house. Man, let the Most High strike me if I'm lying to you guys. They literally said to me, one brother from this camp said, well, it could also be your neighbor's house. What? So in that case, man, then John 3:16 all day, every day, baby. Shoot, man, I might as well be Christian now. You see what I'm saying? He that believeth on me. What is it that you believe on him? He is a representation of the Most High. So if the Most High says, you that looks unto me, that wants to follow righteousness, look unto the rock that I cut from, then it says, if anybody says, hey, if there's Christ is here, Christ is there, don't believe him. Those are simple instructions, but we're believing a black Jesus and a white Jesus. Let me show y'all something. This is their king. This is One West's king right here. This guy. They say that this is the Messiah and this is the Most High. Okay? This is what. Hey, what up, man? I guess, what is this? John B. Listen, I got to play this video. I was going to do an actual debate live, supposedly with Dirty Water, but because I didn't know if he was going to show up. Had I done that debate, or at least that live, considering debating, I would have brought you on. But right now, it's not the time, bro. I had something come up with family, personal stuff, so I just want to continue playing this video. You're welcome to come. Do me a favor. Here's my email.
Ready?
Hold on, okay. 144K is. Hey, Mama, can you please hold on? 144K. Hey, listen, stop. This records our voice. Woke@gmail.com. That's my email. So email me your information so I can, chat with you, and we'll do a debate. I don't know what you want to debate about. What do you believe? What do you believe in? At least let me know. Do you like a Christian, Christmas Christian, 12 tribe chart believer? What do you believe in? This is for you, Jay Bond. Okay, well, listen, I'm gonna continue with the video. You decide about that whole situation, all right? But those are facts, bro. Brothers know me here; they know what's going on. They're saying they put a face on the Most High. I'm gonna go just to Exodus, but there's other scriptures that say don't do this. But Exodus is pretty plain. Apparently, gonna say, well, that means to bow down. Yeah, well, you know what? Your mind is a photogenic mind. The moment you open your eyes and you see an image for the first time, you're always gonna remember that image. Okay, it's just like if let's say you're looking at a fan, and then you close your eyes, you see the shape of the fan. Dummies. So that's why the Most High said this. Exodus 20:3. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Before me. Before me, meaning anything that has to do with an image or even soccer. World Cup is coming. You guys are all obligating yourselves to like wake up in the morning and get drunk and all this. That says, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Just like Ecclesiastes 12:13, the whole conclusion of the matter is what? Keep the commandments. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Verse 4, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Any, okay? Not some, not a few, not maybe, any. Not to represent me. No. Why? Because look, it says, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters under the earth. So you see that it says, thou shalt not make any image. So why are you doing this? Huh? I'm going to play something real quick for you. Look, listen to this. I recorded this just for this because listen, the devil has tricked us so bad that we're going to desconocidos to ask for advice on who we are according to the Bible. Watch this.
Lo sé, Señor, quizás hable sin sentido, pero al malvado hay que darle su merecido. Mira al diablo en que me ha convertido, pidiéndole consejos a un desconocido. Más verá cómo va. You see what I'm saying? We're asking these men for advice on who we are according to the Bible. And it says here, thou shalt not make any graven image unto thee. Thou shalt not make unto thee, any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above or that is in the earth beneath or that is in the waters under the earth. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm kind of wondering. Give me a second. Let me close this up. I don't want to do this right now. Let me close this. Let me go back to the scripture. All right. So it's very clear. It's very clear. All right. So now let's go to Genesis 11 because that's what the kid was going to jump on. Right. All right. So now let's go through the descendants. Genesis 11. I'm going to read just a few things, but as you can see, I'm going to give you the lineage of Shem. All right. So Genesis 11:10 starts with the descendants of Shem. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and begat Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. All right. And Shem lived and begot Arphaxad 500 years and begot sons and daughters. Okay. So if you go down all the way, then it says verse 14, and Salah lived 30 years and begot Eber. And Salah lived after he begot Eber 400 years and begot sons and daughters. Then it goes Eber, Peleg, Serog, Nahor, verse 24. Nahor lived 9 and 20 years, so 29, and begat Terah. And Nahor lived after he begot Terah 119 years and begot sons and daughters. And Terah lived 70 years and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. So Terah had more. Nahor had more than just one kid. Terah, he had begot sons and daughters, but they're mentioning Terah only. So why Terah? Yeah, you see that? Why Terah if Nahor had sons and daughters? He didn't pick a woman, and he didn't pick any other brother. He picked Terah. Lived 70 years and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. So he named this kid again. All right. Like his grandpa. Like his dad, I'm sorry. So that's Nahor's descendants. Now Terah, verse 27 and 28. This should be easy. And now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begat Lot. All right. And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity. Of whose nativity? And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, of the Ur of the Chaldees. So this man was born here. Okay. So now we're seeing that they sojourn, Haran and all of them were sojourning in the Ur of the Chaldees, because this is now they're mentioning the nativity where they were born. Okay. And Abram and Nahor took them wives. And the name of Abram's wife was Sarai, or Sarai, like they say it in Spanish. And the name of Nahor's wife, Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, the father of Iscah. Now they're all related.
And Sarah was barren, and she had no child, so she couldn't have babies, okay? So now, let's go to Abraham and marry Sarah. So now let's go to verse 31. Terah took Abram, his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarai, his daughter-in-law, and his son's Abram's wife, and they went forth with them from the Ur of the Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan, and they came unto Haran and dwelt there. So now, why? And Terah took Abram, his son. So Terah took Abram, his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his sons, and Sarai, the daughter-in-law, right? And went forth from the Ur of the Chaldees into the land of Canaan. And they came into Haran and dwelt there. So he took them young. And the days of Terah were 200, and Terah died in Haran. Okay? So now, so far, we see the descendants of Shem. We see Terah. We see Abraham. Abraham was born in the Ur of the Chaldees, and so was Sarai, right? Now, in verse 12, it's when I'm going kind of quick so I can kind of get my point, because the other class I did was very extensive, and I don't want to take too long on this. I just want to kind of skim through it because there's a point here. I'm just establishing the lineage and where they came from, okay? So now, Abram is called, and in its Genesis... Oh, here's what I want to show you, by the way. Now, I never showed you guys this Bible. Here, I might as well give it to you. Maybe I did the other day. I don't know. It's called the Grand Bible, right? It's a complete Bible in its non-canonical scriptures, the Quran, the books from Mesopotamia, Persia, India, and China. It's pretty heavy, okay? Don't get me wrong. But we're going to go to this lineage right here, which is why a lot of times I talk, or at least I ask those that believe in Christianity, right? It's like, what do you know about Abraham? Hold on a second. Hold on. I don't want to miss that. There is a portion where... Where the hell are you? Hold on, fam. I literally just had the page. It's showing the lineage of Abraham. Matter of fact, let me do this. Terah, probably easier to find him. There it goes right here. So when Abraham's family, okay, so pay attention to this right here. This name is Eber. This is where the Hebrew name comes from, okay? Now, after Eber, there was a division, separation around Peleg's time, okay? Understand what I'm saying? So around Peleg's time was where the Babel situation happened. Peleg was not keeping the commandments. He was the first one to fall. Reu was not keeping the commandments at all. Serug was not keeping the commandments at all. Nahor was definitely not keeping the commandments at all. Now, how do we know this? You see, like, unlike other people that show up and shit, they want to talk all kinds of crap, and they don't even know the Bible. They don't, but they want to talk. Fine. Because they're white. They think that because they're white and gringos that everybody wants to listen to you. Nobody wants to listen to you, fucking cracker barrels, bro. Nobody cares what you fucking have to say. You're not important to nobody no more. You never were in the first place. Your elite has just made it seem like you were. Okay? So Judith 5:7 says, regarding 5 and 6, these people are descendants of the Chaldeans, and they sojourned theretofore in Mesopotamia, because they would not follow the gods of their fathers, which were in the land of Chaldea. For they left the way of their ancestors and worshipped the God of heaven, the God whom they knew. And the reason why they say ancestors was because you can see how deep their rabbit hole went. These 5 generations, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? I think there was one more in there, if I'm not mistaken. We're talking about hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. You understand that? Where they weren't keeping the commandments. Like, look, 239, like 5, 7, almost 1,000 years from being away from the word of God. That's why when you read and they worship the God of heaven, the God whom they knew, where, when? With Eber. Because prior to this, they were keeping the commandments. This is when they started falling off that line. And it ended up to Abraham. 5 fucking generations. Because Abraham walked with the Most High for about 25 years until he finally circumcised at 99 years old. 1, 2, 3. That's 3. What is that? 200, 300, 380, 480, 400, 420, some shit like that. 60, 420, 5, 600, 800, like 1,000 years. You know what I mean? It says, for they left the way of their ancestors. That's what they're talking about, because they were in the Ur of the Chaldees worshiping other gods. But they came out of Shem and worshiped the God of heaven, the God whom they knew. So they cast them out from the face of their God. So the people that were around them, they said, get the fuck out of here. We don't want you guys here because you're worshiping other gods. We don't want you doing that. We want you to worship our gods. And they fled into Mesopotamia and sojourned there many days.
12:1, it says, now the Lord said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred and from thy father's house unto a land that I will show thee, and I will make thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will, let's see, well, no, that's enough. I think that's enough. But Abram, so he's being called at this time Abram. He's still Abram, not Abraham. Okay. Now, Nehemiah 9:7, let's go to Genesis 17, and then we'll go back to Nehemiah 7. You know what? Let's just go there first. Nehemiah 9:7, watch what he reads. It says, thou art the Lord, the God, who did choose Abram and brought him forth out of the Ur of the Chaldees and gave him the name of Abraham. So now we're seeing that Abraham was called out of the Ur of the Chaldees again, all right? We're re-emphasizing where Abram and his family were living at a time, all right? Now, let's go to Genesis 17. I hope I'm not going too fast, but go back to the class. I have an extensive one on this, so I would suggest to go to that one too. But here we're just trying to get to the point. Genesis 17:5, it says, neither shall thy name or more be called Abram, but thy name shall be called Abraham. For the father of many nations have I made thee, and I will make thee exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of thee, and the kings shall come out of thee. The kings, meaning the 12 tribes of Israel. Okay? So now we see Abram. Now he's being called Abraham. Now let's go to Isaac's birth. It says here, verse 19. It says, and God said, Sarah, thy wife shall bear. Oh, and then Sarah's name was changed from Sarai to Sarah. Okay. Then it says here, and God said, Sarah, thy wife shall bear thy son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac, and I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. Okay. So now you see here, and then it mentions, and as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him. I will make him fruitful, and I will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee at this set time in the next year. Okay? So now we're seeing the birth of Isaac. Okay, so now let's go to Isaac and Rebekah. So Isaac and Rebekah. So now, so far we see Abraham marries Sarah. Then Abraham and Sarah have Isaac. Okay. So now we're going to see Isaac meet Rebekah. Genesis 24:2, it says, and Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house,
that ruled over all he had. Put, I pray thee, thy hand under thy thigh. So he's like, grabbing him right there, right? I will make thee swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of earth, that thou shalt not take a wife unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell. Here we see a very important distinction, between Abraham's lineage and basically every other image. Isaiah 44:9. Let me get that for you real quick. Let me see that real quick. All right, Eastside. Isaiah 44:9. It says, they that make a graven image are all, that's the one. Yeah, that's right. They that make, I think it was you that put that one, man. I appreciate you. I don't have my Bible open. I'm actually going through my notes. They that make thee a graven image are all of them vanity. Ooh. And they are, and their delectable things shall not profit. They are their own witnesses. They see not nor know, that they may be ashamed. You know what? Give me a second. I'm going to write it down now. That is an excellent scripture, man. I appreciate you, brother. Give me a second here. All right, so Isaiah 44. Appreciate you very much, fam. Appreciate you very much, man. That's a beautiful scripture right there. Never too late. Anyhow, let me continue. All right, so then we got this here. All right, so far we're back to Isaac, Genesis 24, 2 and 4. So Isaac, in this case, here's where Isaac meets his wife. Okay, so we know now that his father doesn't want him to take any daughters of Canaan. Okay, but thou shalt go into my country, into my kindred, and take a wife unto my son. Huh? So where's that? My country, my kindred. Is that in Africa? The question is that in Africa? It's not. I think it says it here. And you know what? Let me go to 25. Women will not be willing to follow me. And Abraham said, beware, thou bring my son thither, then to the father's house. Okay, here goes. Verse 7 says, the Lord God of heaven, which took me from my father's house and from the land of my kindred, which spake unto me, and that swear unto me, saying, unto thy seed will I give this land. He shall send his angels before thee, and thou shalt take a wife unto my son from thence. And if the woman... Hey, fam, sorry, I gotta go. Something came up at the house. My bad, fam. I really apologize. I'm just gonna... I'm not even gonna play a song right now. I gotta go. I told you guys earlier already. My son wasn't doing really well today. So dispensing. Have a good night. I will hopefully chop it up with you guys throughout the week.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.